Warrior Lore. Chapter 37-38. These two talisman papers, which were what most people called Saint Talismans, were bought by Yi Kong at a high price. Other than the high price, he also needed some connections. The price was too high, and he couldn't bear to use it because he felt that there was no need. However, after Zichun used this Saint Talisman, his battle strength had increased too much and could already suppress him, so he had no choice but to use it. However, he didn't expect that just as he took out the Saint Talisman, before he could use it, Zichun would activate it in advance. How was this possible? His eyes were filled with shock. Even when he saw the attack appear, he still couldn't believe it. At this moment, he thought of Zichun's words. This was originally his. He came to his senses and understood the meaning behind it. Zichun was a descender. But so what? Even if you're a descender who knows how to write talismans, you definitely can't control the Saint Talisman in my hands, right? If everyone could easily control it, then wouldn't descenders be invincible? Casually giving others a few powerful Saint Talismans and waiting for others to use them in battle before using them to kill them? How could such a thing happen? This didn't make sense. However, today, this illogical thing happened just like that. The two heavenly saint arms that were supposed to be supporting him had instead become the most lethal attack. They were so close to him, and he had no time to dodge at all. In fact, before he could even circulate his soul force, the attack had already reached him. His head was attacked from both sides, and his soul began to tremble. Blood kept spurting out of his 7 orifices. His vision was blurry, as if his soul was about to leave his body. At this moment, he saw Zichun approaching. He saw Zichun's fist and saw the lightning around it. That was the attribute of soul power. He had it too, and he was only one step away from the soul realm. His battle strength was much stronger than Zichun's, and he should have been able to kill him. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed by the two Saint Talismans. As Zichun approached, he heard a cold voice enter his mind. Soul destruction. Zichun's punch landed on Yi Kang's chest. A power that seemed to be specifically used to destroy souls surged into his body, obliterating his soul. As the violent energy dissipated, Yi Kang stared at Zichun, who was right in front of him. Blood continuously flowed out of his 7 orifices. You! He looked at Zichun. His mouth trembled slightly, and as soon as he opened it, blood gushed out from his mouth. Don't worry, I won't let you go alone. The people you brought will go with you. Zichun withdrew his fist from the man's chest and looked to the side. The battle there was still 3 versus 3, and there was still no clear victor. The people that Yi Kang brought were naturally all carefully selected. They could almost suppress the 3 of them. Zichun walked forward, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He had used up a lot of energy. When the other 3 saw Zichun walking over, their expressions changed again, and fear appeared in their eyes. However, they had received a death order. They could only fight to the death. Moreover, Zichun's condition did not seem to be that good. As expected, Zichun had only taken a few steps before he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The energy that he had been forcefully suppressing immediately withered. His body swayed, and he fell down. Shanya was shocked. She was distracted for a moment, and a bloody wound appeared on her shoulder. Zichun raised his head and said in a low voice, "No need to hold back. Let's end this quickly." Shanya and Noah both nodded. Then, they each took out a Saint Talisman. It was the heavenly energy Saint arm that Zichun had given them. At the same time, a Saint Talisman flew out in front of Zichun. It flew toward Xiaomute and stuck to her arm. Just as the 3 Saint Talismans exploded, Zichun threw out a few more Saint Talismans to help. Powerful energy vibrated in front of them. In a situation where Zichun could not make a move, the 3 of them gave it their all. Zichun slowly walked to the charcoal fire. The charcoal fire was still hot, and the barbecued meat had fallen to the side. Zichun picked it up and started to roast it again. He did not look at the battle in front of him anymore. It was nearing its end. Shanya had been stabbed in the stomach. Although she was seriously injured, she had also successfully defeated the enemy. Noah had rich combat experience. His situation was slightly better than Shanya's, but there were still a few more wounds on his body. On the other hand, Xiaomute did not seem to have suffered much damage. He had easily killed the last enemy. However, The three of them had used up a lot of energy. At this moment, they staggered to Zichen's side. Xiaomute saw that Zichen was still roasting meat at this time, and there was a strange look in his eyes. "How are you guys?" Zichen asked without raising his head. "Shanya is seriously injured. Xiaomute and I are slightly better, but we have temporarily lost the ability to fight." Noah glanced at the messy battlefield and said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Zichun gently put down the barbecued meat in his hand, then stood up and left decisively. As for the soul weapon that had fallen not far away, he did not care about it. Obviously, the four of them were in a very bad situation. Any random empty soul realm expert could kill the four of them. However, the four of them had just taken a few steps when a ripple appeared in front of them. The ripple surged and turned into a light screen. Seeing this scene, Noah's face changed. He took a step forward and stood in front of them. As for Xiaomute, he stood beside Noah, protecting the heavily injured Zichun and Shanya. "You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to ask if I agree?" A voice came from the light screen. Then, a person walked out. It was a stranger. However, after hearing his voice, Xiaomute and Noah's face immediately changed. They had heard this voice before. Although they had only heard it once, it was naturally deeply etched in their minds. It was the leader who had led a group of people to launch a sneak attack. However, when he saw that the situation was not good, he was the first to escape. At that time, Yikong said that he was reckless and did not send anyone to chase after him. They did not expect that he would appear at such a critical moment. If that was the case, he and Yikong were clearly in cahoots. That was a trap to test everyone's strength. Shanya's face also changed. According to the four of them's current state, it was obviously impossible for them to defeat the other party. Only Zichen's expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. If one had to see something in his eyes, it would be relief. It was as if the other party's appearance was the most correct thing to do. "You want to leave without leaving your lives behind?" The other party walked out of the ripple and said coldly, "You're finally willing to come out." Just as Noah and Xiaomute were about to fight to the death, Zichen's calm voice rang out. This calmness, like some kind of confidence, immediately infected the three of them. They all looked at Zichen. Zichen walked forward and came to the forefront. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "I thought you would take advantage of the chaos to attack me. I didn't expect you to hold back until now." The leader of Greenwood Mountain stared at Zichen. "You knew that I was hiding in the dark? I've been waiting for you." Zichen said, "If I don't kill you, I won't be at ease." Shameless boasting. The four of you are already at the end of your rope. How can you kill me? The other party snorted coldly. "Do you think you can scare me away by putting on such an act? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Whether I'm putting on an act or not, won't you know if you look behind you?" Chapter 37-39. Ted arrived at the city lord's mansion. There were guards at the door, and they stopped Ted. Then, the guards went to the mansion to report. At this time, the city lord was pacing back and forth in the hall, looking absent-minded. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sometimes, an expression of worry would appear on his face. He looked very anxious. At this time, the guards came to report. "Ted, what is he doing here?" The city lord's expression changed. He glanced at the guards and said, "Let him in." Soon, the guards led Ted in. Ted walked into the hall, and the guards turned and left. "Why are you here?" The city lord looked at Ted with an indifferent expression. Ted walked to the front and sat down casually. He took the initiative to pour himself a glass of water, then looked up at the city lord. "You don't seem to be in a good mood." Looking at the calm other party, the city lord's eyes had a hint of annoyance. "Cut the crap. Who asked you to come?" Ted did not get angry. He drank a mouthful of water and said indifferently, "Is it because you haven't been waiting for news for a long time, and your heart is in a mess? So when you see me, you're a little angry? I don't know what you're talking about. Leave now, or don't blame me for being rude to you." The city lord's eyes flashed, and then he ordered the guest to leave. "Do you know how Star Sand City came to be?" Ted put down the glass and glanced at the city lord. The city lord, whose eyes were already cold, was slightly stunned and asked subconsciously, "How did it come to be?" Back then, Blue crystal grains were found in this area. So Star Sand City came to be, Ted said. Are you kidding me? Murderous intent appeared in the city lord's eyes. Ted smiled faintly and said, Young man, don't be impulsive. I haven't finished speaking. After the blue crystal grains were found, Star Sand City appeared to mine the blue crystal grains here. The city lord's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the temperature in the hall dropped sharply. This was something that all the children in Star Sand City knew, and he still wanted this old thing to talk about it. He was ready to make a move because he was so annoyed that he wanted to kill someone today. And he was a city lord. If he killed a mere third-realm cultivator, he still had a way to deal with the aftermath. Most importantly, once the news came back, even if he did not die, this old thing would have to die. Ted continued unhurriedly. After that, there was the Blue Sands continent. What? The city lord was stunned, and the killing intent in his eyes slowly disappeared. You said that there was the Star Sand City first, and then the Blue Sand Province? That's right, Ted said. This is the origin of the Star Sand City. Old man, have you lost your mind? The Blue Sand region has existed for a long time. How long has this broken city been around? The city lord said discontentedly. So what? This is just a dilapidated city. You've been the city lord here for 300 years, yet you still don't understand this city. It seems like you really don't like this place. Ted sighed and said, Do you know what the words Blue Sand Continent represent? Doesn't it mean blue crystal? The blue sand here means blue crystal. It represents power and resources. The city lord answered very seriously because he could faintly feel that this old man seemed to be different from usual. Ted smiled and said, Your explanation is reasonable. The blue sand in the Blue Sand region can also be regarded as blue crystal grains. However, you can also think of it this way. Blue is the blue of the lawn family. What? The lawn family? After hearing this, the city lord's expression changed drastically. In the Blue Sand region, who did not know the lawn family? That was a true colossus, an existence whose words carried enormous weight. If it was said that the Ghost King controlled many cities and had an extraordinary status, then the Lawn clan controlled half of the Blue Sand continent's territory. Even the Ghost King was under their jurisdiction. Although he was shocked by this secret, the city lord quickly recovered and said, What does this have to do with me? Ted said unhurriedly, Blue represents the Lawn family, and Sand has a homonym, Sand. The city lord's heart skipped a beat. In the Blue Sand region, there was another huge family, the Shah family, which could completely compete with the Lawn family. However, what does this have to do with me? What's the point of telling me this secret? Ted said in a deep voice. The first patriarch of the Lawn family was called Lan Xing. Star Sand City. Star Sand. Could it be? When these words were added together, the city lord guessed a possibility. Could it be that the current two families started from this place? Didn't that mean that this was the ancestral land where they started? Seeing the city lord's expression change, Ted praised, Looks like you're not stupid. That's right. This is the ancestral land where the Lan and Shah families started. Back then, the name of the city was from one of the two families. This is also why this dilapidated city can always overcome the crisis and stand tall every time a crisis occurs. What does this have to do with me? The city lord was shocked and said firmly, but the bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Ted looked up at the city lord and said, Because the person we want to protect this time is a member of the Lawn family. What? The city lord almost jumped up. The young lady they wanted to protect this time was a member of the Lawn family? How is this possible? The Lawn family was such a big family. Why would they need their protection? So, although you've been the city lord here for 300 years, you just want to accumulate wealth. You've never liked this place at all. Naturally, you've never thought about understanding this city. Do you really think that we're a bunch of old fools who've lived a little longer? You can discover the identities of Zichan and the other two, but we can't? There was a hint of sarcasm in Ted's eyes. Do you really think that the houses on our street are really cheap and good, and that everyone can enter? A few years ago, you deliberately played tricks to make people stay away from our street. Do you really think that the reason we're silent is just because we're afraid of you? What do you mean by telling me all this? Looking at the sarcasm in Ted's eyes, the city lord's face turned pale. This was a secret. Why would Ted tell him this secret out of the blue? And how could he guarantee that he wouldn't spread this secret? I wanted to give you a chance, but I didn't expect that not only would you be audacious, but you would also want to take my share. Ted shook his head and said, Unfortunately, you're too greedy. You want to eat everything, big or small. I don't know what you're talking about. The city lord's face became uglier and uglier. You haven't received the news yet, right? Ted glanced at the city lord and said, The Lawn family is nostalgic and has been paying attention to this place. That's why this city has always existed. The Shah family has always been very radical and has long given up on this place. You've taken the wrong bus this time. After saying that, Ted turned and left. Stop. What do you mean by saying all this? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell this secret? The city lord shouted. Ted looked back at the city lord, and the sarcasm in his eyes became more intense. Could a dead man speak? On the same day, the city lord mansion had a new owner. A young man named Lanjan became the new city lord. At the same time, it also indicated that the Lan family had officially taken over this city. In the dense forest, Zichun looked at the bandit leader in front of him. Is it really that difficult to let you look behind you? You want to fool me with this kind of childish trick? The bandit leader sneered. Today, none of you can leave. Zichun said again. Then why don't you think about why those who escaped with injuries didn't come back? The bandit leader's face changed slightly, but he still didn't turn around. You're too cunning. After I kill all of you, I'll naturally look behind you. Forget it if you don't believe me, Zichun said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, the bandit leader's eyes turned dark. When the dark light dissipated, a small black beast was floating in the air. It was the phantom that had never made a move. Clean up the battlefield and leave. Chapter 3740. While cleaning up the battlefield, Zichun's movements were clearly faster. It was completely different from before when he was so injured that he could not even walk. This caused Little Mute, who was following beside him, to be somewhat puzzled. The speed at which his injuries were recovering was a little too fast. Zichun seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and said with a smile, If I don't pretend to be more miserable, that guy will definitely not come out. If he continues to follow us, our future path will definitely be filled with endless trouble. Little Mute nodded, indicating that she understood. This was to solve all the problems in one go. She was also extremely impressed by Zichun. If not for Zichun's protection, she would have died long ago. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zichun took out another teleportation talisman. Back then, the old man at the human soul realm had given him more than one, but Zichun had only used one previously. Clearly, he was also waiting for Yikong and the others to arrive. His luck was not bad, and they did not come to the soul realm. It seemed that the old man at the human soul realm had taken everything into account. Next was the teleportation. Again and again, according to the direction that the old man had pointed out. During each teleportation, Noah was still carrying the two little beasts that had not been roasted yet. This was Zichun's special instructions. As for the corpses, they had already been disposed of. After 5 teleportations, Zichun stopped. It was still night and the sky was still dark. Let's rest here tonight. Everyone, start recovering. It was not that Zichun did not want to continue teleporting, but he had consumed too much energy in this battle and his injuries were not light. Teleporting again and again consumed a lot of energy, so he had to rest. Noah reignited the fire and Zichun finally roasted the meat. After eating, the 4 of them began to recover. Zichun took out a soul return talisman. This was equivalent to a healing pill. There was a special kind of soul power gathered inside that could heal injuries. The soul power entered his body and healed Zichun's injuries. Early the next morning, the 4 of them, who had recovered quite a bit, continued on their journey. Zichun took out the teleportation talisman again and teleported again and again. Noah was filled with envy and heartache at the sight of this. It must be known that the price of these teleportation talismans was extremely high. Just saving one of them would make one rich. Of course, Zichun didn't dare to skimp on such things. If he guessed correctly, the road where the whole team was ambushed yesterday was already covered in blood. Even a human soul realm cultivator could be used as bait. From this, it could be seen how powerful the enemy was. Under such circumstances, how could they not know that the young miss was not in this group, but in the next group? In the remaining time, no one should be able to leave alive. Therefore, Zichen had to speed up and leave this place. Only by staying far away would one be safe. After several more teleportations, Zichen, who had already left the Star Sand City far behind, stopped again. Rest. After saying this, he sat down cross-legged and took out a soul-concealing talisman. The soul storage palace was equivalent to the saint crystals of the saint spirit realm, and it could be used to restore one's consumption, but the carrier was different. It had to be said that this world was very magical. Everything was created around soul power. All the saint talismans and soul techniques were also created around soul power. After an hour, Zichen opened his eyes and said, "Let's continue." This time, he didn't teleport but went deeper. This world was large enough that humans occupied an extremely small area. Now, Zichen was in a huge mountain range. The trees covered the sky, and even the sun couldn't be seen. If someone wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen's speed slowed down and he continued to comprehend the black jade piece. At the same time, he also began to draw talismans. After this battle, he was very clear about the power of the Saint Talisman. Just like in the outside world, with the Saint Talisman in hand, the world was mine. However, what made Zichen feel very regretful was that he had been in this world for so long, but he didn't even master a single Saint Talisman. This was the trial of a Saint Talisman master, so why didn't he have any Saint Talismans? However, when he was in Kata, he had mastered several types of soul techniques. When Noah and Shanya saw Zichen draw talismans, after their initial curiosity, they just did what they were supposed to do. As for Xiaomute, under Zichen's request, she needed to follow Zichen, so she followed Zichen and watched Zichen draw talismans. Unlike the two who were calm, Xiaomute was very curious and even shocked by Zichen's talisman Dao. Although she had always lived in Star Sand City, she had grown up with Mississippi. Whether it was in terms of vision or knowledge, she was far superior to ordinary people. For example, when Zichen defeated Yikong in the battle last time, perhaps Noah and Shanya felt that it was normal, but Xiaomute knew that it was an abnormal behavior. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak, so she couldn't communicate with Zichen. Naturally, she couldn't figure out this problem. Right now, she could only watch. Zichen's consciousness returned from the black jade piece. His aura was obviously weaker, but he didn't rest immediately. Instead, he took out the holy talisman brush. In this state, Zichen used much less soul power than usual to draw talismans. When he raised the brush to draw talismans, soul power appeared from the tip of the brush. As Zichen drew, he left a mark in the air. The brush was completed. With the approval of the laws of heaven and earth, the soul power surged and gathered in front of him, finally forming a holy talisman. The consumption was less than half of usual. Zichen was very satisfied. When he put away the holy talisman, his heart suddenly moved, because he thought of another kind of holy talisman, Ghost Spirit, the powerful holy talisman that had helped him many times in the outside world. After having this idea, Zichen took action. He turned the tip of the brush and began to draw. In the outside world, the Ghost Spirit was unusually powerful and had helped him escape danger many times. Then, what about here? Zichen, who was drawing talismans, became excited. He still drew the Ghost Spirit Holy Talisman in one stroke. Because he had drawn the Ghost Spirit Holy Talisman so many times that he couldn't make a mistake even with his eyes closed. Light surged in front of him as boundless soul power converged from all directions and surged forward. Yugue, who had been sleeping soundly on Zichen's shoulder, suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of intelligent eyes stared straight ahead, as if she was facing a great enemy. Xiaoya looked forward, and the expression in his eyes changed. A strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Shanya and Nuaya also turned their heads and looked forward. In the place where the light shone, soul power fluctuated rapidly. Moreover, there was a sense of evil in that aura, which made people vigilant. When the holy talisman was formed, Zichen's soul power aura was also rapidly depleted, as if he had comprehended the black jade piece. His face became paler and paler. Soul power was still gathering in front of him, but the ghost spirit holy talisman had not been formed. A powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky, as if the laws had forcefully descended and landed on Zichen's body. Pooh! Zichen suddenly coughed up blood, and his soul power aura disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, his vision turned black, and he fainted. The soul power that had gathered in front of him also scattered at this time, like countless ripples on the surface of a lake. Chapter 3741. Zichen did not fall. At the critical moment, Xiaoya held him up. Noah and Shanya also rushed over. Seeing the unconscious Zichen, their faces were full of panic. Last time, Zichen did not lose consciousness after going through so many crises. Now, he actually lost consciousness after just drawing a talisman. Yu Gue jumped to the side, her bright little eyes full of vigilance. Shanya was very anxious. She did not know what was going on with Zichen. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for long. Zichen regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He saw the anxious three people. "How are you?" Seeing that Zichen had woken up, Shanya said excitedly. I'm fine. Zichen shook his head and tried to get up. However, his head felt like it was being pierced by a sharp blade, and it was extremely painful. He pressed his head. This action made the three people who had just been relieved become nervous again. Don't worry, I'm really fine. I just need to rest for a while. Zichen, who was pressing his head, looked around. He did not see the holy talisman, which meant that the spirit had failed. However, this was expected. The repulsive force of the rules was too terrifying. It was like the encounter between two different rules, and water and fire were incompatible. Xiaoya handed the holy talisman brush to Zichen, and Zichen took it and put it away. After that, the three people guarded him. Zichen began to circulate his cultivation method, and the discomfort in his mind gradually disappeared. Zichen did not use the soul-concealing talisman because there were too few of them. They could only be used in an emergency. After 2 hours, Zichen had recovered a lot. Then, the four of them continued on their way. They walked and stopped all the way. They were not fast, and there was no danger during this time. It was as if they had really avoided this crisis. As soon as the sky turned dark, the four of them would stop. While they were rushing, they naturally could not delay their cultivation. Zichen's essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to the best state, so he took out the holy talisman brush again. Xiaoya opened his eyes and looked at Zichen worriedly. For the first time, hesitation appeared in Zichen's eyes. That feeling was simply too painful. Even with his willpower, he absolutely did not want to endure it again. However, the stronger the feeling of rejection was, the more extraordinary the ghost spirit was. Taking a deep breath, Zichen adjusted his state of mind. He glanced at Yu Gue, who was telepathically connected to Zichen, and immediately ran off into the distance. Obviously, he was on guard duty. He raised his brush and dropped it, leaving streaks of soul power patterns in the air. Little Mute was nervous and worried. Wong. As the stroke fell, the void trembled, and boundless soul power circulated. The fallen leaves in the forest danced about like a hurricane. They fluttered about, creating an even greater disturbance. Noah and Shanya, who were cultivating, immediately opened their eyes and looked at Zichen. Puff. Zichen's face immediately turned pale, and he vomited blood again. Compared to the last time, the power this time was stronger, but it did not last long. Zichen's condition was also much better than last time. He only vomited blood and did not faint. Noah and Shanya walked over to Zichen worriedly. Zichen waved his hand and said, I'm fine. You guys continue to cultivate. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his pale face gradually became rosy. After sensing Zichen's condition, Xiaoya shook his head at the two who were still worried and told them that Zichen was indeed fine. The two returned to their original spot and continued to cultivate, but their hearts could not calm down. Zichen looked at the unfathomable in his hand, and a wry smile appeared on his face. He tried again. This time, he no longer had any confidence in his heart. Sure enough, after another attempt, Zichen coughed up blood again, and his aura became weak again. Shanya opened her eyes, and there was obvious worry in her eyes, but this time she did not come over. Zichen sighed and said, Sure enough, it didn't work. He took out the black jade slip again and said, "It seems that I still need to rely on you to have a slight chance." The last time Zichen tried, he was only one step away from success. But this time, he was too far away. Because of the great gap, the repulsion was not great, and the rules did not force it. If I want to succeed, it seems that I still have to suffer some hardships. Zichun sighed and then began to recover. Comprehending the black jade slip was a very energy-consuming thing, so he had to ensure that he was in the best state. His consciousness returned to the jade slip, and Zichun saw the figure again. It was still a stroke. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. He'd seen this scene too many times, but he obtained different gains every single time. When his consciousness returned, it seemed that his understanding of the Tao of talismans would be able to stand at a new height. But that feeling was only temporary and would disperse very quickly. Therefore, if Zichun wanted to successfully make the ghost spirit appear in this world, he had to rely on the moment when his consciousness returned. When his consciousness returned, Zichun still had his eyes closed, ignoring his pale face and the consumption of soul power. Unpredictably, the brush fell. The ghost spirit took shape. The world began to shake, and a hurricane shrouded the surroundings. Soul power came from all directions, converging in front of Zichun and merging into the ghost spirit. Pressure descended from the sky and fell on Zichun's body. This time, his perception was very clear. It was the power of the rules. It was the repulsion of the rules. At the same time, Zichun also felt that there was an aura of life coming from the ghost spirit in front of him. This aura seemed to be telling him that this was not a holy talisman, but a life. This life wanted to forcibly descend into this world, so it provoked a strong resistance from the world, causing the rules to appear and forcibly destroy it. However, the willpower of the ghost spirit seemed to be extraordinarily strong, and the rules could not be destroyed. Therefore, the rules fell on Zichun, bringing him great pressure. Once he chose to give up, the ghost spirit would naturally fail. Zichun closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He endured intense pain, but he still did not give up. His body began to tremble, the corners of his eyes twitched, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Zichun's 7 orifices began to bleed. In the pressure, there seemed to be a strong will. This will told Zichun that if he did not give up, his life would end at this moment. The pressure of the rules fell on Zichun's body, and the pressure formed made Xiaomute, who was nearby, feel intense discomfort. Although she was very worried about Zichun, she had no choice but to retreat because her life was in danger. Shanya and Noah did not dare to come forward. At this moment, Zichun's entire body was emitting light, and a terrifying aura was like ripples that constantly spread out. At this moment, the entire world was rejecting him, rejecting the existence of the ghost spirit. Zichun, who was under great pressure, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the trembling soul light in front of him and felt the unyielding will in it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you have already come to this world, there is no reason for you to leave." Green veins popped out on his forehead, and he roared, "Appear!" At this moment, his potential erupted, and his resolute will overrode the rules. Buzz! The soul light in front of him began to converge, and a glowing holy talisman appeared. Countless rules fell, trying to seal the ghost spirit. At this moment, the ghost spirit's holy talisman completely erupted. When it broke through these restraints, a black light soared into the sky, piercing through the forest and piercing the sky. The ghost spirit had appeared. Chapter 3742. The black light was like a sharp sword, soaring into the sky and piercing into the firmament. Wherever the light passed, everything turned into nothingness. A holy talisman floated quietly in the air. It was as black as ink, releasing waves of powerful fluctuations. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world was reacting. In Star Sand City, Ted walked out of his room and looked up at the sky. There was nothing there. However, he started to frown. He fell into deep thought. The ghost spirit holy talisman took shape and floated in the air. The rules that had been shaken off earlier fell again. It was like a spider that was wrapping its web around its prey. The holy talisman was still surging, as if it wanted to break through the suppression of the rules. It was as if a peerless expert had descended here and did not want to be bound and suppressed by the world, so it was fiercely resisting. Yugue appeared in the distance and looked at the ghost spirit holy talisman warily. The holy talisman surged faster and faster, as if it was going to break through the suppression of the rules again. At this moment, a black light flashed on the jade piece that Zichun was holding tightly in his other hand. The frequency of the ghost spirit holy talisman's vibrations suddenly decreased, and the surging powerful aura began to converge bit by bit. The black light that soared into the sky also slowly dissipated. The rules had taken the upper hand. Xiaomute and the other two were completely dumbfounded. They stood at the side as if they had been petrified, not moving at all. Buzz. With a slight vibration, the light on the ghost spirit holy talisman disappeared completely. It turned into an ordinary talisman paper and fell to the ground. Everything returned to normal. If it wasn't for the large leaf missing above their heads, it would all seem like an illusion. Zichun, Shanyu exclaimed. Only then did she react and rush towards Zichun. Zichun's soul aura was very weak, as if he had suffered a fatal injury. He lay there motionless. Yugue also ran over from afar. He did not look at Zichun. Instead, he ran to the ghost spirit holy talisman and looked at it carefully. However, at this time, the ghost spirit holy talisman had completely turned into a real talisman paper. There was nothing unusual about it. The previous commotion was too big. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first. Looking at Zichun, who was still unconscious, Noah said with a frown. The two of them naturally did not have any objections. The black light from before was too dazzling. Perhaps someone would come here to investigate very soon. So, Noah carried Zichun on his back, Yugue jumped onto Zichun's shoulder, Shanya picked up Zichun's holy talisman pin, and Xiaomua carefully picked up the ghost spirit holy talisman and put it away. The three of them quickly left the place. They did not dare to stop for even a moment as they continued to fly forward. Zichun only woke up when the sky was about to turn dark. The sound of the wind rang in his ears. He saw the tree moving backward, and his eyes gradually became clear. Shanya, who had been paying attention to Zichun, stopped when she sensed that Zichun had woken up. The other two also stopped. Shanya stepped forward and asked, "How do you feel?" Zichun shook his head and said, "I'm just a little weak. It's not a big deal. Did you succeed?" When Zichun lost consciousness, he only saw the rule suppression holy talisman. He did not see anything else. Noah put Zichun down from his back. Xiaomua immediately took out the ghost spirit holy talisman and handed it to Zichun. After seeing the holy talisman, Zichun's eyes lit up. It really worked. He took the holy talisman and carefully sensed it. He knew that it was the same as it was in the outside world. Noah said, "When the holy talisman was formed, it caused a great commotion. We were worried that someone would catch up with us, so we did not dare to stop all the way." Zichun asked about the incident again. He knew that this was not a trivial matter, so he said, "Let's continue." He took out the teleportation talisman again. He did not know how many he had. The next moment, the light enveloped the four of them. Zichun had only teleported once. The distance was far enough. Even if someone wanted to find this place, it would not be easy. At this time, they were even further away from Star Sand City. Star Sand City, which had become the center of a whirlpool, was destined to have turbulent undercurrents and disputes. However, with the strong presence of the Lan family, the city with turbulent undercurrents seemed to have become a calm lake, at least on the surface. After his surging soul power recovered, Zichun opened his eyes and took out the ghost spirit holy talisman. At that moment, the saint talisman appeared to be very ordinary. However, its appearance had nearly cost him his life. Why was that? Yugue lay on Zichun's shoulder. After seeing the ghost spirit holy talisman, its lively eyes were also filled with curiosity. As for its vigilance, it had long since disappeared. The others were also very curious about the power of the ghost spirit and turned their heads one after another. After a while, Zichun put away the ghost spirit holy talisman and took out the holy talisman brush again. For a moment, the expressions of the three changed. These few times, Zichen had written the talisman. It had caused a huge commotion. This was not in line with their current situation. Zichen obviously did not care about their feelings. He picked up the brush and wrote, "A ghost spirit holy talisman," in one go. The soul power in the surroundings began to flow and gather in front of Zichen. Light exploded in front of him and then changed little by little, finally turning into a black holy talisman. Ghost spirit. The light faded, and the talisman fell. Zichen reached out and took it. Although the three of them did not know how to draw talismans, they had good eyesight. The holy talisman in Zichen's hand was the one that had caused a huge commotion before. Why was the commotion so small this time? Zichen looked carefully for a moment, put away the ghost spirit holy talisman, and said, "Because it has become a part of this world." The three of them were confused. After looking at each other, they were full of confusion. Obviously, they did not understand. This was easy to explain. It was just that the few of them did not quite understand. This involved the rules. For example, when Zichen first came to this world, he was a powerful 6-star holy spirit in the outside world. But in the card tower world, he was not even a first-level soul hunter. It was the same for ghost spirit. No matter how powerful it was, after arriving here, it would be affected by the rules. And the maximum power it could exert was also closely related to Zichen's realm. Very clear about the characteristics of the ghost spirit holy talisman, the power of one was almost negligible. So, Zichen continued to write another one after another, until he reached his limit. A total of 27. This was much less than when he was in the outside world. But this was obviously a good thing. It indicated that Zichen's soul realm had improved a lot here. Along the way, there were no dangers. The group walked and stopped. During this period, because there was no holy talisman to hold back, Zichen had accumulated quite a number of holy talismans. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. More than 20 days had passed since the last crisis. But there was still a long way to go before they reached their destination, even if they were flying close to the ground every day. Chapter 37:43. Second uncle. We're leaving just like that? The middle-aged man looked at the old man in front of him, his eyes filled with unwillingness. They had been ambushing here for too long, and during that time, they had secretly clashed with the Lan family. Their losses were huge. Even if the Shah family had a huge influence, this private confrontation still caused the Shah family to feel pain. Of course, the Lan family did not have it easy either. But these were not important. For the sake of the family, sacrifices were unavoidable. It was just that their mission was not completed. They still had not found the Lan family's young miss. If we leave just like that, what if the young miss is in the next group? Seeing that his second uncle did not respond, Shahi quickly went forward and tried to persuade him one last time. Our spy has been removed. Although we received news that the Lan family's young miss is no longer in Star Sand City, but what if the Lan family deliberately released the news? The old man in hemp sighed and said, "Even if it's to confuse us, we should leave this time." Why? Shahi did not understand. The old man in hemp drew a circle in the air and said, "Because we don't have the final say in this place. Even though the Shah in the Blue Sands continent refers to our Shah family, but we cannot cover the sky with one hand. This time, we were too hasty in our actions and had already incurred the dissatisfaction of some powerhouses. If this continues, even if those powerhouses do not change sides and support the Lan family, they will still make some small moves in private. At this crucial time, any small factor that is disadvantageous to our Shah family could become a fatal threat in the future. I understand the logic, but if we let the Lan family's young miss go back, wouldn't our losses be even greater? The threat in the future will not be less than now, right? Who said we let her go back?" Shahi was startled. "If we leave, won't she be able to go back?" The old man in hemp sneered. "We are not the only ones who do not want the Lan family's young miss to go back. If not, why didn't she grow up in the Lan family? Why put her in such a remote city? To put it nicely, it's the ancestral land, but to put it bluntly, it's just a small remote city." Spirit power flowed in front, forming a new saint talisman. It was the heavenly saint arm. Zichen lightly tapped the unpredictable brush in his hand, and the heavenly energy Saint arm flew towards Little Mute, who subconsciously caught it and kept it. This was already the fifth heavenly energy Saint arm that Zichun had given her. Shanya and Noah also had a few. Looking at Zichun, who was still riding the talisman, Noah's face broke into an excited smile. This was because every holy talisman represented a blue crystal coin. Once he left this boundless mountain range, he would become a rich man. At the very least, they were much wealthier than they were in the past 100 years. He could not wait any longer. Along the way, Zichun had been trying to comprehend the black jade piece, but he was always a hair's breadth away from success. It was the same brush stroke, but the other party could cause the sky to fall and the earth to rend. On the other hand, his brush could only leave an extremely faint mark in the air. The difference was clear at a glance. However, other than his cultivation, it was more about his comprehension of soul force. It could be said that Zichun had been trying to comprehend it for so long, but he still hadn't reached the threshold. This showed how difficult it was. Fortunately, the journey was long, and he had plenty of time. Noah walked over from afar with two little beasts. Zichun put away the unpredictable brush, raised his head, and stretched his arms. An unknown bird flew over the treetops, heading into the distance. The bonfire rose, and the aroma of barbecued meat filled the air. After eating, everyone stayed where they were. Some rested, while others cultivated. The next day, the sky brightened. The dense forest that did not see the sun seemed damp and cold. Fortunately, this did not affect them, who were at the soul void realm. After walking for more than 100 feet, a strange cry came from the forest. Following that, birds flew into the sky one after another. There were dozens of them. This was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. Sometimes, they would find groups of exotic beasts, such as wolves. Even if they released a little bit of their aura, these exotic beasts would flee in panic. This time, they came to the habitat of a flock of birds. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Zichun still did not make any progress in comprehending the black jade piece. He was just one step away from the door, and no matter what, he could not cross it. This bastard! Noah's curse came from the side. The soul light on his body flashed, and the bird droppings on his face disappeared without a trace. In these few days, they had encountered many flocks of birds that were resting here. Noah walked in front of Zichun and asked, "Still no progress?" Zichun glanced at Noah and did not speak. He added a piece of firewood to the bonfire. The light of the fire shone on Zichun's face. Noah put down a pile of firewood and squatted beside Zichun. He scratched his head, glanced at Zichun again, and asked, "How much longer until we reach our destination?" "If you have something to say, ask directly," Zichun said indifferently. This time, at Little Mute's request, she and Shanya went to hunt for little beasts. Noah returned from collecting firewood. Being seen through by Zichun with a glance, Noah quietly looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "Is Little Mute really the lady that we need to escort? What do you think?" This time, Zichun did not even look at Noah. Noah shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Although I don't know who the employer is, it can't be that they spent so much just to protect such a lady, right?" Zichun looked at Noah, and the expression in his eyes changed a little. Noah hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. Even if Little Mute is not the lady, I will still protect her to the destination." "I don't know either." Zichun gave an answer, which made Noah stunned. "How can I be clear about the plans of those big shots? We are just runaways. We are paid to solve the problem. Naturally, we will do what others ask us to do." Under the illumination of the bonfire, a light seemed to appear in the distance. Zichun looked up and saw a bird flying away. Hearing the sound of wings flapping, Noah's eyes were filled with anger. This bastard! In these few days, Noah had been constantly passing by flocks of birds and had received a lot of care. After a night of silence, they continued their journey the next day. They flew at a low altitude during the day and stopped to rest at night. Several days passed. This evening, everyone who had been on the road for a day stopped again. They began to divide the work. Some collected firewood, some hunted beasts, and some started a fire. "Not good, Zichun. Someone has been here." Noah, who went out to collect firewood, suddenly ran over in a panic. I found hidden footprints less than a day ago. Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he looked to the side. Little Mute, who had not gone hunting, immediately came to Zichen's side. This almost became a conditioned reflex. Let's go and take a look. Following Noah's guidance, Zichen saw the ashes of the bonfire. Although they had been specially treated, they could still be seen. Noah said, "The concealment technique is very subtle. It's on par with mine. Fortunately, it met me. If it were anyone else, they would definitely have missed it." Zichen glanced at the traces and said, "Indeed, no one can find it except for you." Noah was a little proud because this was a unique skill. But then Zichen said, "Because this is the trace you covered up this morning?" "What?" Noah was stunned and looked at Zichen in confusion. Shanya and Little Mute were also puzzled. Why did the traces during the day appear again at night? They had been walking for a day. Zichen raised his head and looked up into the sky, only to see beams of light appearing between the trees. Those lights were eyes. Chapter 37:44. Flutter, flutter, flutter. With a flap of their wings, birds appeared one after another and landed on the surrounding trees. There were hundreds and thousands of them, quietly looking at Zichen's group of 4. This scene made people a little flustered. Noah took a step forward and released his aura. The pressure of the soul void realm was released. Those birds did not move at all. Have they become spirits? Noah, who was already dissatisfied with these birds, decided to attack them. At this moment, Zichen said, "It's a soul technique. We're being targeted." Zichen's gaze swept around and said coldly, "Moreover, it's not just a day or two." At this moment, those birds immediately spread their wings and left. For a moment, the forest was filled with the sound of flapping wings. "They're leaving?" Noah was stunned. "Be on guard," Zichen said in a deep voice. Hundreds of miles away, a team of 6 people stopped here. 5 of them formed a circle, protecting a middle-aged man in the middle. At this moment, the middle-aged man had his eyes closed and was motionless. The 5 people's gazes swept around like cold lightning, full of vigilance. At this moment, a purple-robed man suddenly appeared. The 5 people who were on guard were immediately shocked. Soul power surged around their bodies, but when they saw who it was, a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. After the purple-robed man appeared, he leaned against a big tree. He just waved his hand at the 5 people, dismissing their thoughts of making a sound. The forest was still quiet until many birds appeared in the surroundings and landed in the surroundings. Then, they closed their eyes. Just as the birds closed their eyes, the existence protected by the 5 people opened his eyes and said, "You're finally here." He turned around and looked at the purple-robed man in front of him. The 5 people guarding had already dispersed. The purple-robed man glanced at the birds around him and said, "Your methods are not bad. You're an expert eagle. If you can go back with me, your future will be much better than staying here." Munitang smiled and said, "You always say that our world is illusory, but I feel that the world you describe is fake. Descenders like you are just pitiful homeless people in our eyes." The purple-robed man, who was clearly a descender, glanced at Munitang and said, "You should have heard of the phrase, frog at the bottom of a well, right? It's used to describe people like you." However, he clearly didn't want to continue dwelling on this issue. As a member of the Lightning Clan Shin Clan, who couldn't he recruit in the entire Saint Spirit realm? "Tell me about the situation." The other party has a total of 4 people. During this period of time, we have been following them. Judging from the soul power undulations, they are all at the soul void realm. Munitang said, "But I don't know if they're going in the wrong direction. They seem to be going in circles all day." "Circle?" Shenjiang looked at Munitang. "Yes, it is indeed circling." Munitang nodded in affirmation. "That guy is too cunning. Since he's circling around here, he must have discovered us." Shen Lu frowned. "I thought so too, so I purposely exposed my existence." Munitang said, "Since you're here, we don't have to be so careful anymore." "Actually, I don't understand. It's just 4 soul void realm cultivators. I can kill them alone. Why are you so careful?" "You don't understand that guy. In our world, That guy can fight above his level as easily as eating and drinking, Xinjiang said in a deep voice, so we must be careful. It's fine if we don't make a move, but once we do, we must kill with lightning speed. Munitang smiled and said, I said, that's your world. In our blue sand continent, there is no such thing as fighting above one's level. Seeing you being so careful, I can only say that you are too weak. Xinjiang had never seen Zichun before, but he knew all of Zichun's deeds. Zichun was strong because the enemy was weak? Xinjiang wished he could kick this country bumpkin to death. Were there any core disciples nurtured by the Holy Thunder Clan weak? Whether they are weak or not, we will know when we meet them. By the way, how are they now? Xinjiang asked. After I used some small tricks to let them know of my existence, they were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Munitang smiled proudly. Xinjiang really wanted to slap him to death. Was it because they didn't dare to move? That was because they were on guard against everyone. As expected, living young meant that they didn't have much experience. Although your method is very good, we can't be careless in this matter. Let your little birds go out first. They will be the first wave of attack. The flock of birds flew away, but Zichun still didn't move. His expression was full of vigilance. He didn't move, so the other three naturally didn't move either. The four of them just stood there like statues, not moving at all. Time slowly passed, and Noah felt the pressure in his heart increasing. Zichun's expression was not relaxed either. He didn't expect that even under such circumstances, the enemy would still be able to catch up. Moreover, they had been lurking for several days, silently following them. Once they appeared, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. Could they block it? At this moment, the sound of wings flapping came from the forest again. They're coming, Noah shouted. At this moment, Zichun's face was already pale because he had already seen what was happening. There was a holy talisman on the claws of those flying birds. At this moment, there were at least a few hundred flying birds carrying hundreds of holy talismans, flying towards them. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Almost instinctively, everyone wanted to scatter in all directions to avoid these attacks. Don't move, Zichun shouted loudly, stopping the three of them from doing anything. At this moment, the holy talisman fell from the sky. Boom, boom. A deafening roar sounded, mixed with blood and feathers. Terrifying energy rushed down like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, pouring down on the 4 of them. When the holy talisman exploded, those flying birds died together with it. Xinjiang appeared in the distance, quietly looking ahead. The energy was roaring, and the earth was shaking. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. The nearby ancient trees were all turned to dust under the impact of the energy. The forest that originally covered the sky quickly turned into an empty area. The ground caved in, and a huge pit appeared. Munitang looked ahead, and his expression changed. There was disdain and mockery. You descenders are really rich and overbearing. To deal with 4 mere soul emptiness realm experts, you actually use Saint runes to bombard them? If this was exchanged for blue crystal coins, how much would it cost? Hearing Munitang's slightly mocking tone, Xinjiang said in a deep voice, if this bombing can kill him, I think we've made a huge profit. Munitang looked at Xinjiang as if he was looking at an idiot. They were only 4 soul void realm experts. Hundreds of holy talismans were thrown down. How could they not die? The roar was still ringing out, and the smoke and dust were like huge dragons that soared into the sky. All the flying birds that rushed forward died, and the ground caved in by dozens of feet. The roar finally stopped. The surroundings returned to silence. Munitang looked at the deep pit in front of him and said, Look, everything is over. Xinjiang shook his head and said, Don't be careless. I know that guy. As he spoke, he released the aura of the soul void realm. Munitang's face was full of disdain. He walked straight forward, not caring that Xinjiang had retracted his aura. Still not dead? Are you kidding me? To go through so much trouble, the brains of you descended ones. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, a huge tremor suddenly came from the deep pit below, turning into a powerful fluctuation that spread out. Chapter 37:45. Seeing the figure that appeared, Mu Nitong was shocked, and the disdain on his face disappeared. The number of holy talismans from before made him speechless. As for the power, it was even more terrifying. Not to mention a mere soul void realm expert. Even he, a soul true realm expert, would find it difficult to survive. But the other party was still alive, and he seemed to be unharmed. How did he do it? Shinemonia's pupils shrank slightly. This scene was not out of his expectations. Zichun was indeed as difficult to kill as the rumors said, but this was interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't his calculations have been in vain? Zichun, who had appeared, immediately saw Mu Nitong, who was walking in front. With a tap of his foot, he quickly rushed forward, and with a sharp sound of wind breaking, he launched an attack at Mu Nitong. Previously, he had already sensed the aura of the Soul True Realm. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose to the peak. Black soul power lingered around his fist, and even the air was distorted. This attack was full strength. Seeing Zichun rush over, and feeling the aura of the other party's true soul void realm, Mu Nitong sneered and said, "You overestimate yourself, so what if you didn't die before? I'll kill you now." He also clenched his fist, and the power of the soul true realm surged out. Clearly, he wanted to compete with Zichun in terms of soul power. This method was naturally the most direct and effective. He relied on his higher realm to suppress you. Just as the two fists were about to meet, suddenly, Zichun's fist stretched out and turned into a palm print, and then directly wrapped around Mu Nitong's fist. With a bang, a powerful wave spread out. Zichun held Mu Nitong's fist tightly, and his body did not move at all. His robes fluttered under the force. Such an unforeseen event caused Mu Nitong's expression to change slightly. At this moment, he heard a cold voice from ahead. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Zichun's eyes were extremely cold. Dozens of holy talismans suddenly flew out from his body. These holy talismans were all black, and they surrounded each other, head to tail, forming a circle. It was the Ghost Spirit Saint Talisman. When Zichun sensed the aura of a soul reality realm cultivator in the deep pit, he decided to use his full strength the instant he rushed out. He could not give the other party even the slightest chance. Wong, the Ghost Spirit Holy Talisman, which was connected from head to tail, immediately shattered, and ghost spirits appeared out of thin air. These ghost spirits were not large in size and looked similar to the Dark Ghost. It seemed that there was some kind of connection between the two. In the distance, Shinran was not too surprised to see these spirits in front of him. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Everything was going according to his plan. It was methodical. He, who had been standing at the back, walked forward. It was time to reap the harvest. Seeing the sharp voice of Imp above his head, Munitang's expression changed greatly. His body shook with a powerful force, and he instantly broke free from Zichun's grasp and retreated. However, the 27 little ghosts above his head followed him like shadows. Their screeching sounds became sharper and sharper, affecting the circulation of his soul power. What the hell is this? Munitang, who had always been disdainful of descenders, started to panic in the face of these incessant brats. Munitang, retreat. At this moment, Shinran's voice sounded. Munitang seemed to have found his backbone. Hearing this, he retreated again and again, distancing himself from the battlefield. The other 5 soul illusionary realm cultivators also retreated. Clearly, they were only here to protect Munitang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rays of light swept out from the deep pit behind them. It was Little Mute and the other 2. Facing the bombardment of hundreds of holy talismans, the 3 of them were unscathed. However, thinking back, the 3 of them still felt their hearts palpitate. If not for Zichun activating the defensive holy talismans and using them one after another, they would have died long ago. The 3 of them stood behind Zichun, while Shinran walked forward. With a smile on his face, he looked at Zichun and said, "You are indeed as tenacious as the rumors say. So many holy talismans can't kill you." Holy talismans were unique to descenders, so it was obvious that the other party was that descender. Zichun, who had never seen the other party before, said, "I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name." A trace of ridicule appeared in Xianran's eyes. I know everything about you. After losing your greatest reliance, what else do you have? Is it really okay to bluff like this in front of me? Xianran pointed at Munitang and said, Your attack is very special, but unfortunately, Munitang's realm is higher than yours. Moreover, his soul power attainments are extraordinary. His soul power can split into tens of millions. You used your strongest attack on him, but it was useless. It can be said that he is your nemesis. After losing your greatest reliance, you are just a soul illusionary realm descender. Let me ask you, how can you defeat me, or us? The ridicule in Xianran's eyes gradually turned cold. So, are you trying to scare me? Zichun did not expect that the other party had come prepared. He had even schemed against his ghost spirit. Then, the soul illusionary realm aura that he had felt before had come from the other party. And that guy called Munitang could be considered a bird that stood out, causing him to use his strongest attack on him. This intelligence was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, Zichun took another look at the other party. However, what surprised him was that their target was him and not Little Mute. This allowed Zichun to heave a sigh of relief. But that was all. The pressure was still there. After all, the enemies were 2 soul illusionary realm experts. As for the other 5 soul illusionary realm experts, Zichun clearly could not care about them. He glanced at Munitang and was indeed a little worried. Fortunately, he had not broken free from the ghost spirit's restraints. Don't panic. Just use your soul power to suppress those little ghosts. Xianran's calm voice sounded. With your soul power, those little ghosts can't do anything to you. After that, he looked at Zichun and said, Originally, after we received the news, we came to collect your corpse. We didn't expect you to not die. Then, we can only do it ourselves. Are you done talking nonsense? Zichun looked at him and sneered. If you're done, then die. Holy talismans appeared around him and flew towards the sky. There were nearly 100 of them. A battle between descenders naturally used holy talismans. Seeing this scene, Xianran sneered and said disdainfully, After losing your strongest attack, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. You really don't know what's good for you. Xianran's body flashed, and a holy talisman brush appeared in his hand. Was he going to write a talisman on the spot? But he could only write one. Compared to Zichun's large number of holy talismans, Xianran's single holy talisman seemed a little petty. He was no longer as crazy as before. However, Xianran seemed to be very confident in his next holy talisman. Zichun, today I'll let you see the methods of the soul reality realm. At the same time, I'll let you see those holy talisman arts that can't be preserved in this world. The holy talisman brush in his hand began to glow, and then he wrote. This was the real ghost talisman. The sky began to distort. Black clouds appeared out of nowhere and gathered above his head. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the black clouds. The holy talisman brush in Xianran's hand was quickly writing, leaving afterimages in the air. The soul power between heaven and earth began to fluctuate. With Xianran's brush as the center, a huge vortex appeared. Soul power from all directions gathered towards the vortex. Feeling this power, Zichun's expression changed instantly, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. In the sky, a thunderous holy talisman shattered, turning into a terrifying bolt of lightning that flew towards the vortex. Swoosh! Like a clay ox entering the sea, it didn't cause any waves. Heavenly lightning appears, spirit python appears. Xianran finished the last stroke in his hand. He looked at Zichun with a cold glint in his eyes. Heavenly lightning python. A hiss sounded from the energy vortex, and then the soul power vortex began to surge. A violent aura surged out from it. Chapter 3746. Pa, Pa, Pa. The lightning sweep holy talismans shattered one after another, forming a powerful energy that fell from the sky like a torrent. During this period, there were a few heavenly energy saint arms. However, these attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. After falling into the soul power vortex, they did not even cause the slightest ripple. Zichun's expression became even more serious. Then, he heard a hiss, and a huge creature appeared in the sky. It was a huge spiritual python, its body shining with lightning. Its body was nearly 100 feet long, and it circled in the sky. A terrifying pressure was emitted from the spiritual python's body, like a pressure storm spreading out. When the others sensed this pressure, their expressions changed drastically, and they looked towards the sky. The spiritual python circled in the sky, and dark clouds rolled above its head. Occasionally, one or two lightning bolts would fall. It was a shocking scene. The spiritual python raised its head, and with another hiss, the dark clouds and lightning in the sky immediately dispersed. The vast scene disappeared, and only the spiritual python circled in the sky, as if announcing its arrival. This was the first time Zichun had seen such a holy talisman technique. Other than the vigilance in his heart, he was more shocked. How could such a holy talisman technique be displayed by a single holy talisman? However, he did not feel fear. Instead, he said to the 3 people behind him, "I'll leave the 5 of them to you." Zichun had already sensed that the soul realm called Munitang was not as specialized in restraining him as Shin Ammonia had said. Currently, he had not broken free from the restraints of the ghost spirit formation. At this moment, the ghost spirit had already entered his sea of consciousness. Pa, 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 like a crystal shattering. The holy talismans in the sky all exploded in an instant. All the lightning sweep and heavenly energy saint arms appeared, whistling towards the spiritual python. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual python was drowned by many attacks, just like when Zichun's group of 4 was bombarded by the holy talismans. Shin Ammonia's expression was still calm, without the slightest ripple, as if she was not worried about the spiritual python at all. A strong sound of breaking air rang out, and in the center of the soul power gathering, a python tail broke through the air, annihilating the surrounding power, and swept towards Zichun below. Boom! The earth rumbled as an enormous fissure extended all the way into the deep pit in the distance. Zichun dodged into the distance. More talisman lights appeared in front of him. These were the holy talismans he had accumulated during this period of time. The spirit python flew through the air. Everywhere it passed, the forest would be destroyed. A powerful aura surged in the sky. Those holy talismans had no effect on the spirit python, as if it was completely immune to them. Looking at this scene, Zichun's expression became more and more dignified, while Shin Ran laughed. It seems that without those brats, you are nothing. But thinking about it, this is a difference of one realm. In this world, the difference between realms is so great. How can you be a match for me? Zichun remained silent as he continuously retreated. This was the first time he had experienced a soul true realm holy talisman technique. It was indeed terrifying. In fact, Zichun believed that this was the true holy talisman art. The spirit python chased after them from behind, bringing with it an extremely powerful aura. Everywhere it passed, the trees would be destroyed. It opened its mouth and let out a hiss. Zichun's expression changed abruptly. His body suddenly turned and moved to the side. A huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky, landing where Zichun was originally standing. A loud boom resounded. Not only was the spirit python's physical attack powerful, but it could also use lightning. It was clearly extraordinary. Seeing Zichun retreat in a sorry state, Shin Ran couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, Zichun was indeed different from the rumors. He seemed to be too weak. However, thinking about it carefully, Shin Ran could understand. This was because this was a world of soul power. One could only use soul power to attack, but not energy. For example, Zichun's powerful physical body and pure lightning power could not be displayed here. At this moment, Zichun had already retreated to the deep pit. Shin Ran laughed. "I'll beat you back to where you came from. Go to hell." Zichun fell into the deep pit with a bang. The spirit python chased after him. Shin Ran shook his head and no longer paid attention to Zichun. He looked behind and saw that the battle had already begun. In a situation of 3 against 5, Zichun's side actually had the upper hand. During this time, Shin Ran deliberately glanced at Shanya and Xiaomute. One of them was called by the Ghost King, but he didn't know who it was. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. It seemed that the spirit python chasing after Zichun had stopped moving. He immediately looked in the direction of the deep pit. A malicious ghost scream suddenly rang out. The spirit python that had followed Zichun into the deep pit suddenly flew out and smashed into the ground, breaking several ancient trees with its belly facing up. Xianran's expression changed and a trace of shock appeared. How could Zichun be a match for the spirit python? At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared. It was like a ghost that had been magnified countless times. Its body was even bigger than the spirit python. It jumped out of the deep pit and pounced towards the spirit python. Thus, the two colossal beings began to fight. Damn it! Looking at the two beasts that were evenly matched, a sharp light flashed across Xianran's face. This was something he didn't expect. At this moment, Zichun rushed out of the deep pit. His face was a little pale, but other than that, he didn't have any other injuries. Fine. Today, I'll use the power of the soul realm to completely destroy you. Xianran's aura began to surge. The pressure of the soul realm was displayed once again, sweeping towards Zichun. Facing this pressure, Zichun's eyes were only cold. Xianran rushed over. Under the powerful strength of the soul realm, he pushed his palm forward. Countless strands of soul power lingered in his palm. A strong wind blew, sweeping up Zichun's long hair. His eyes became even colder. In the fierce wind, he punched out. He didn't use any soul techniques, just pure soul power. The two fists met, and a huge tremor spread out. The powerful force collided fiercely, and countless leaves danced wildly. Xianran's body swayed, and he took a few steps back in the air. Zichun flew back dozens of feet. When he stabilized his body, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Oh, you didn't die? I wonder how many more attacks you can last? Xianran couldn't help but sneer when he saw Zichun with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The gap between their realms made him full of confidence. Zichun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "So this is your strength? That's all you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun took the initiative to charge forward. This time, his eyes were even fiercer, and at the same time, he was even more confident. Looking at Zichun, Xianran's expression was still full of disdain. You don't know death. It was still a palm strike, but the power was even slightly stronger than before. Zichun also punched with the same power as before. This made Xianran even more proud. He believed that with this kind of attack, he would be able to kill Zichun with just a few more attacks. When he thought about how Zichun was killed by his palm strike after palm strike, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The two attacks were about to meet. At this moment, Xianran keenly felt that the soul power contained in Zichun's fist seemed to have suddenly increased. The fist that wasn't scary at all suddenly became terrifying. Faintly, he seemed to hear a cold voice enter his mind. Soul shock. The two attacks met, forming a destructive wave that spread out in all directions. This time, it wasn't Zichun who was sent flying. It was Xianran. Chapter 3747. Pong. Xianzhang's body slammed heavily into the ground, sending sand and leaves flying everywhere. After landing, his body continued to slide back until he slammed into a large tree. His eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. In truth, even if he had seen a ghost, he wouldn't have been so shocked. Not far away, there was a large ghost fighting, and his spirit python was even able to suppress it. The reason why he lost his composure was because of Zichun's attack. If he wasn't wrong, that attack was triggered by a spirit skill. Everyone knew that only the natives of this world could use spirit skills. As a descender, how could Zichun use a native spirit skill? Wasn't that more unbelievable than seeing a ghost? How can you know spirit skills? Only the natives can do that. After stabilizing himself, Xinjiang didn't even bother to stand up. He just stared at Zichun in shock. Zichun didn't give him an explanation. It seemed that although he had suffered a lot when he appeared in Kata, he had also gained a lot. For example, now he could use spirit skills to fight with Xinjiang, a soul true realm cultivator. Xinjiang stood up, still in shock. No matter how you learned the native spirit skills, you will still die today. Kill him. The spirit python that was fighting with the underworld ghost immediately left the battlefield and charged at Zichun. Its aura was still strong, and its eyes were cold. The underworld ghost flew through the air, its huge and sharp claws grabbing the spirit python's tail, sinking deep into its flesh. Then, it threw the spirit python to the ground. The earth trembled. The spirit python hissed in pain as it was held back by the underworld ghost. At this time, Zichun decided to end the battle quickly. The sole true realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes now. The two heavenly energy saint arms stuck to his arms, then disappeared with a flash of light. A powerful force came from the arms, and Zichun charged forward again, this time even faster. Seeing Zichun charge at him, Xianzhang's face finally showed a trace of panic, no longer as calm as before. A light flashed in front of him, and a saint talisman appeared, forming a protective light. At the same time, a second saint talisman appeared in his hand and entered his right leg. A defensive light. He activated swift movement. Although saint talisman masters did not know the soul techniques of this world, the saint talisman arts they had mastered were endless. Zichun's fist landed. With a loud bang, the holy talisman's defense shattered, and layers of shock waves spread out. Xian Lu retreated quickly, but Zichun's fist was faster. After breaking through his defense, his fist landed on Xian Lu's chest. Puff! Xian Lu coughed up blood and was sent flying again. As he flew backwards, a sacred talisman appeared in front of him, and he stuck it to his chest. His originally weak aura became stronger once again. Zichun's expression changed. Clearly, this soul realm cultivator had many good items on him. It would not be easy to kill him. He took a deep breath and felt the power in his arm gradually disappearing. Then, he quickly chased after him. When Xian Ran landed on the ground, the holy talisman disappeared. However, his injuries had already recovered. Xian Ran didn't care about the talisman and reappeared the holy talisman brush. His soul light flowed, and he quickly wrote and drew in the air, leaving after images. When Zichun rushed over, he had already completed the movement in his hand. A hurricane with wind blades appeared and whistled towards Zichun. Facing the hurricane, Zichun still punched. Soul shaking. Layers of ripples spread out and enveloped the entire hurricane. In the next moment, the hurricane exploded and Zichun passed through it. Die! At this moment, a sharp blade suddenly shot over and pointed at Zichun's glabella. Zichun dodged to the side and easily dodged. There was not much strength left in his arms. The holy talisman was about to be exhausted. On the other side, Xian Lu, who was retreating, was still throwing one holy talisman after another on his body. It was either protection or healing. Occasionally, he would throw a few into the sky, forming a powerful attack and causing some trouble for Zichun. Although a soul realm cultivator being chased by a soul void realm cultivator seemed comical and funny, it had to be said that the other party was relying on his family background to stall for time. Once the spirit python killed Yu Gue, then Zichun would be in trouble. Thus, he accelerated again, and his soul power was almost mobilized to the limit. What exhaustion and concealment had long ceased to exist. Zichun only had one goal, to catch up to the other party and kill him. And Xian Lu clearly did not intend to save face. He just kept running. Moreover, he did not run far away. He just circled around the battlefield. Clearly, he was waiting for the spirit python to support him after killing Yu Gue. This battle had turned out like this, and it was still very speechless. Zichun, just wait for your death. Xian Lu snorted coldly. Clearly, he did not want to lose. Zichun also sneered, a hint of ridicule in his eyes. At this moment, several black lights suddenly rushed out from the ground under Xian Lu's feet. They were like chains, wrapping around Xian Lu's body. He was caught off guard. Xian Lu was tied up tightly, and his expression changed drastically. You shouldn't have circled around the battlefield. At this time, Zichun was already happy. He quickly approached. When the remaining strength in his arms disappeared, he slapped Xian Lu's chest. At the same time, the cold voice sounded again. Soul Extinguisher. The Soul Extinguisher merged into the other party's body and began to forcibly extinguish Xian Lu's vitality. For the first time, there was fear and even despair in the other party's eyes. His aura disappeared quickly. Unsurprisingly, he was killed by Zichun. The soul chains that wrapped around the other party's body turned into light and disappeared. Xian Lu's body fell to the ground. Just as Zichun said, the other party should not have circled around, so Zichun seized the opportunity. Xian Lu was dead. Zichun stood in the air and looked at the battle on Shan Yu's side. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zichun felt that Xian Lu, whose vitality had been extinguished, came back to life again. Even his aura did not change much, which made him stunned. Munitong, come and help me. This guy is a little difficult to deal with. After the resurrection, Xian Lu shouted. Obviously, he did not care about his face and began to ask for help. However, Mu Nitong was still sitting cross-legged in the distance, motionless, as if he had not expelled the ghost spirit that invaded his spiritual sea. Roar. At this moment, in another direction, an angry roar sounded. When the spiritual python was fighting with Yugue, its huge body paused for a moment. Yugue seized the opportunity and used the devouring divine ability to swallow it. Without the spiritual python, the battle was over. Xian Lu saw that the situation was not good and decided to escape. The soul chains behind him were like lightning, catching up to Xian Lu again and binding him. Zichun used 2 heavenly saint arms and a soul extinguisher to finish off the other party. Xian Lu's eyes widened as he looked at Zichun. His vitality began to fade. This time, Xian Lu was really dead. On the other side of the battlefield, after Yugue helped to devour a soul void realm expert, Noah and the others used the saint talisman Zichun gave to kill their opponents. At this point, except for Mu Nitong, everyone else was dead. Mu Nitong was still sitting there, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. Zichun walked towards him. Noah and the others also approached him. Mu Nitong still did not move until Zichun approached. Chapter 37:48. Seeing the sudden appearance of this black light, Noah and the other 2 were shocked and subconsciously wanted to disperse it. Zichun raised his hand and stopped the 3 of them. The black light entered Zichun's sea of consciousness. His aura, which had weakened from the previous battle, recovered once again. Yugue laid on Zichun's shoulder and was dozing off, as if it wanted to sleep. Dead? He's actually dead? Looking at the motionless Munitang, Noah was a little excited. A powerful soul realm cultivator had actually died just like that. In that case, the crisis this time could be considered to have been resolved just like that. They had created a magnificent feat, an amazing feat. Compared to the 3 of them who were excited, Zichun's expression still did not relax. After the ghost spirit killed the enemy, the soul power it gave him caused him to recover some of his energy. Therefore, he immediately took out Unfathomable and began to write. It was still a ghost spirit. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they were very surprised because Zichun's expression was very urgent, as if something was chasing after him. Why? With a stroke, soul power vibrated and a ghost spirit sacred talisman was formed. Immediately after, Zichun's second stroke fell. If I stop you now, will you think that it's very immoral and very unreasonable? An indifferent voice suddenly rang out in front of the group. There was another person? The expressions of the 3 of them changed, and they immediately looked forward. There stood a very handsome young man in a blue robe. They did not know when he had appeared. Chi. The surging soul light in front of Zichun dissipated. This ghost spirit's sacred talisman was disturbed by an inexplicable force and failed. He raised his head. When he saw the young man, his expression became even more solemn. Yugue was no longer dozing off. It stood on Zichun's shoulder and looked ahead vigilantly. At this moment, the young man had a faint smile on his face. The battle I saw earlier was really exciting. You, who are at the Soul Void realm, were able to fight 1 against 2. Whether it was luck or external items, it was already very impressive to be able to kill 2 Soul Void realm cultivators. Just from this point alone, I admire you a lot. This compliment came from the bottom of his heart, but it made Zichun feel even heavier. The young man did not immediately make a move, but there was a force that prevented Zichun from continuing to draw talismans. Since you are so anxious, you must have realized that the danger is not over yet. The young man looked at Zichun and said, How can you tell? Zichun said, It's simple. They're dead, but I'm still alive. The young man was slightly taken aback. Then, he came to a realization and said with a smile, "You are quite tactful. Someone who could influence their thoughts and make them go around in circles couldn't possibly be so weak." Zichun said again, "So, you're not on the same side as them?" The young man said, "Of course we're not on the same side. In fact, I originally thought that if you were killed, I would kill them to avenge you." Shanya and the other two were bewildered. They did not know whether the newcomer was a friend or a foe. Zichun was not conflicted because he had no friends here. Moreover, he had already guessed the other party's goal. "But what makes me curious is, as a descender, why do you know the soul techniques of our world?" The young man's eyes were filled with curiosity. Zichun said, "If I tell you this reason, will you let us leave?" The young man said, "Of course not." Zichun spread his hands and said, "Then there's nothing to say." The vigilant underworld ghost, who had been standing on his shoulder all this time, suddenly moved forward like a black bolt of lightning. As it moved forward, its body suddenly expanded and became a huge monster, trying to devour the other party. Facing the incoming underworld ghost, the young man only smiled faintly. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Soul light surged out from his palm and turned into a protective light barrier. It looked like an ordinary light barrier, without any abnormalities. But the young man was full of confidence in it. The huge underworld ghost approached, bringing with it a fierce wind. The surroundings were already filled with sand and stones, and the huge ancient trees were already beginning to tilt. The young man and the protective light barrier were still motionless. A black shadow descended, and the underworld ghost opened its mouth. A black vortex, like a passage to another space, tried to devour the young man. "Interesting, but your realm is still too low," the young man whispered, the smile on his face not diminishing. The huge suction force fell on the young man, but he still did not move. The descending underworld ghost bit down on the light barrier, but it was like biting on steel, producing a cracking sound. The light barrier was still motionless, and the underworld ghost's huge body quickly returned to its normal size. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Its intelligent eyes were filled with panic, and it was about to retreat. At this moment, a hand easily passed through the light barrier that the underworld ghost could not devour or break, and grabbed at the underworld ghost's body. This grab seemed to have an inexplicable power wrapped around the underworld ghost's body, causing it to be unable to move at all. Just as the underworld ghost was about to be caught, a cold blade suddenly appeared from the side, carrying a tyrannical power, and slashed at the hand. This was Zichun's attack right after the underworld ghost made its move. The hand from before paused slightly, and the pressure on the underworld ghost suddenly disappeared, and the underworld ghost quickly retreated. At this moment, Zichun's blade was tightly grasped by the hand. Yes, with just a hand, it caught Zichun's full force attack. Zichun's expression changed slightly, and he immediately let go of the soul blade and punched at the protective light barrier. Soul Tremor. Layers of ripples shook from the fist and surged towards the protective light barrier. However, no matter how the ripples continued to surge, the light barrier did not move at all. This is the true power of the soul realm. The young man's voice rang in Zichun's ears. Just like those two fellows from before, they have only just stepped through the threshold and have not had the time to see this vast world. Or rather, they have taken the wrong path. The young man took a step forward, and the light barrier that Zichun could not move at all shattered. The blade in his hand turned, and with a shake, it was like a bolt of lightning. The soul blade that belonged to Zichun left the young man's hand and went straight into Zichun's chest. Poof! The soul blade pierced through Zichun's body, and the powerful force also sent Zichun flying backwards. Go to hell! Noah rushed forward with his soul weapon, while Xiaoya and Shanya flanked him on both sides. At this moment, the three of them released a powerful aura from their arms. It was obvious that they had used the heavenly saint arms again. A mocking smile flashed at the corner of the young man's mouth. His gaze quickly swept past Noah and Shanya and paused on Xiaoya's face for a moment. In an instant, the attacks approached and another light barrier appeared, protecting the young man. The three attacks landed on the protective light barrier one after the other. The three of them attacked together with the help of the heavenly saint arms, but they did not leave a single mark on the light barrier. This time, the use of the light barrier was not only for defense, but also a powerful rebounding force surged out from it. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them were forcefully sent flying, coughing up blood in the air. Chapter 37:49. The soul blade pierced through his chest, and blood gushed out from the wound. Zichun, who had not suffered such an injury for a long time, could not help but gasp. In addition, he was also relieved. The wound looked shocking, but fortunately, it did not hurt any vital parts. It just looked too miserable. He still had the strength to fight. He did not dare to pull out the soul blade. Instead, he stood up directly. Light flashed on his body, and another holy talisman flew out. Light flashed in the sky, and a series of powerful attacks fell, attacking the young man. In the face of these attacks, the young man only waved his hand gently. Soul power circulated in his palm, and the attacks were easily shattered. It was as if firecrackers had exploded beside him, but the shock waves did not cause any harm to the young man. At this moment, the young man seemed to be invincible. Zichun was on the verge of despair when he saw this. He let out a roar and charged forward again. Just as Zichun rushed forward, Yu brought a teleportation talisman and arrived in front of Xiao Ya and the others. Buzz. In the next moment, the holy talisman surged. Obviously, Zichun knew that he was no match for the young man, so he signaled Yu to forcibly take the three of them away. No, Shanya shouted and was about to leave the teleportation range. She did not want to give up on Zichun at this time, but she was firmly held back by Noah. Don't be rash. Noah roared in a low voice, but his eyes were fixed on the young man, as if he wanted to remember his appearance and engrave it in his heart. Xiaoya, who was at the side, was very sad and helpless because she guessed what Zichun was going to do. He, who could kill enemies above his level, had to give up his life in order to protect her. She shook her head repeatedly, feeling that it was not worth it. Zichun was extremely talented, and she was just a maid. At this moment, Zichun rushed towards the young man like a moth to a flame. His eyes were filled with determination, and it was somewhat tragic. What? You want to delay me? Let them leave? Do you think that's possible? The young man smiled indifferently. With a tap of his foot, he charged towards Zichun. He didn't use any soul techniques, and only used pure strength. When he got close to Zichun, the powerful soul light circulating on the surface of Zichun's body seemed to be suppressed by some kind of power and rapidly disappeared. Pong! Zichun was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The difference between the two sides was simply too great. It was no wonder that the other party dared to threaten to kill Xian Tong and the others. Zichun was sent flying, while the young man flew forward and arrived in front of the three of them. Bang! 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 He lightly struck out 3 palms, and the 3 of them were immediately sent flying. The activated holy talisman appeared in the young man's hand and was forcibly intercepted. You want to run? The young man looked at the 3 of them, and a mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zichun, who had fallen in the distance, staggered to his feet. His eyes were fixed on the other party. Ever since he came to this world, he had never experienced such a sullen battle. Looking at Zichun, who was covered in blood, the young man said, "What? You feel that you can't beat me, so you want to kill me with your eyes? It seems that you've killed many people with your eyes over the years." He exerted force in his hand, and the intercepted teleportation talisman shattered. This time, it was directly destroyed and was not activated. This was a naked provocation and ridicule, but it also made Zichun wake up. Facing the powerful strength of the other party, he felt despair in his heart, so he lost his mind. This was undoubtedly a big taboo. The young man's gaze moved away from Zichun, and then looked at Noah and the other 2. He touched his chin and said, "Which one of you should I start with?" It's you." His gaze was fixed on Noah. In the next moment, the aura of the soul realm erupted, and his indifferent gaze became extremely cold. As if he teleported, he instantly appeared in front of Noah. He punched out, as fast as lightning. Bang! Noah's body instantly bent, like a cooked shrimp. Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, he flew backward and landed on the ground, his body motionless. His aura disappeared. He was dead. Zichen's heart, which had just calmed down, burned again. His eyes were red, and his breathing became hurried. Die. He rushed forward, and the soul power around his body erupted in an instant. Soul destruction, his strongest technique. Looking at the incoming attack, the young man smiled coldly and said, "I think the one who's going to die is you, right?" He struck out with his palm, and a powerful soul power began to circulate in his palm. Zichen once again felt that powerful pressure. That pressure, other than targeting his body, was more targeting his soul power. Even though his soul power was extraordinary, he was still being suppressed at this moment. The soul light was destroyed as it moved forward, and its power was constantly decreasing. This feeling was like a group of pythons seeing a true dragon, with the pressure of a superior. There was a huge shock with a bang. As expected, Zichen's body flew backward again and landed in the distance. A few more of his ribs were broken, and the blade in his chest went deeper. Currently, only the handle of the blade was left. The young man looked at Zichen and said disdainfully, "A guy who overestimates himself. Next, just kill another person." As soon as his voice fell, his figure flashed again. This time, he was in front of Shanya. Using his hand as a blade, his soul light flashed. A slanted bloody wound appeared on Shanya's body, almost splitting her body into two. Her eyes were wide open, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. What little vitality she had was dissipating. She looked at Zichen, and the corner of her mouth that was bleeding slowly opened. The smile that stretched out froze. Shanya was also dead. Zichen's eyes were already red, and monstrous killing intent surged out from his heart. But this time, he didn't fight the young man to the death. The other party was too strong. The current Zichen wasn't a match at all. You still retain your rationality like this. I've underestimated you. Looking at the motionless Zichen, the young man smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Little Mute. "It's your turn now." There was a hint of determination in Little Mute's eyes. She couldn't run away, so she could only fight to the death. She held the sword and moved forward. The sword was a soul weapon, and its quality was extraordinary. She believed that as long as the sword landed on the opponent, this sharp weapon would definitely be able to injure him. Unfortunately, this sword had just been thrust out when it was stopped by a huge force. Between the shock of soul power, the soul sword fell from Little Mute's hand. She lost her biggest reliance in just one move. This made Little Mute feel despair, but she still didn't give up. She mobilized her soul power, wanting to attack again. At this moment, the young man reached out his hand and slashed at Little Mute's neck. A bloody scar appeared. The soul light on Little Mute's body dissipated, and her vitality began to dissipate. The young man stood at the side, quietly watching this scene. Or rather, he was admiring this scene. Little Mute slowly turned around, glanced at Zichen, and then collapsed. There was no aura at all. Even the target this time was dead. And Zichen's aura was also extremely weak. His injuries were very serious. There was hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he had to restrain his emotions. His body was trembling nonstop. He closed his eyes, no longer looking at that young man. The young man didn't continue to attack. Instead, he stood there and looked at Zichen, as if he was willing to give him some time. The soul power around Zichen's body began to surge. It was like a black cloud, or a thick black fog, enveloping his body. Then, the thick fog changed. It began to roll, and then shrink. The young man who noticed this had a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I let you see some clues. Your talent isn't bad." At this moment, Zichen opened his eyes. His eyes were still red, and killing intent surged. "Just a soul. Do you really think you're invincible?" The soul power around Zichen's body surged again. But this time, it wasn't surging, but shrinking. When all the soul power was absorbed into his body, the aura around his body changed again. Chapter 3750. After Zichen calmed down, he knew the secret of the other party's strength. It was the realm, and also the reason for the power itself. It was a kind of power that could completely suppress Zichen. It was like the difference between a python and a true dragon. When the former saw the latter, it would immediately submit. As for the change in power, after Zichen calmed down, he understood the reason behind it. Thus, he broke through the realm. The difference between a true soul and an illusory soul was not only the amount of soul power, but also the change from illusory to real. After advancing to the true soul realm, Zichen also felt the limit of soul power for the first time. This was a kind of feeling that came from the unseen world. Right now, his true soul realm was equivalent to the soul power of a 6-star sacred symbol master in the Saint Spirit realm. It could also be said that Zichen did not really break through the realm. Instead, he found the true way to use his power in this world. The young man looked at Zichen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is really surprising. But even if you break through to the true soul realm now, so what? Isn't killing you as easy as flipping my hand? As his voice fell, he rushed forward. The pressure from the surroundings appeared again and swept towards Zichen. Zichen felt the soul power circulating in his body become rusty again. Oomph! However, this time, Zichen only responded with a cold snort. The soul power that was originally rusty started to surge again, and a tyrannical aura spread out. The young man's realm was no longer able to suppress him. He extended his hand and struck out with his palm. Soul light curled around his palm. It looked very casual and the power was not strong, but it was Zichen's understanding of the soul reality realm. The true attack contained in this palm was much stronger than the previous ones. The two palms met, and with a loud bang, a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. This time, Zichen only retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. The young man in front of him was also forced back for the first time. He looked at Zichen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Interesting. You're actually familiar with the way to use the power of the true soul realm so quickly. Then try this. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man stepped forward again. This time, the soul power circulating in his palm emitted a faint blue light. Even though this power was still in a restrained state, Zichen could still feel a tyrannical aura from it. This made him not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and the power of thunder appeared in the circulation of his soul power. Another collision ensued. This time, the power that surged out was even more terrifying. It was like a sharp blade, slicing through everything in its path. The young man quickly retreated, blue light constantly flickering around him. As for Zichen, his body was flashing with lightning. The young man's eyes gradually turned sharp. After breaking through, Zichen was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Die! Blue light burst out from his body, and his body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he was already beside Zichen, as if he had teleported. Feeling the aura around him surging, Zichen turned around and punched. Lightning flashed on his fist. Soul shaking. Layers of ripples spread out from his fist like ripples on the surface of water. A fist shining with blue light appeared in front of him. The aura surging on the fist became even more terrifying. Boom! When the two attacks collided, a tyrannical shockwave spread out in all directions. Zichen's body was sent flying. It was not that his attacks were not strong, but that he had used up too much energy previously. Now that he was in an injured state, he would naturally be at a disadvantage when facing this powerful soul realm expert. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a light shadow appear beside him. It was the other party who had caught up with him again, and his speed was as fast as ever. Zichen found it more and more strenuous to fight. However, as the battle continued, Zichen discovered that his control over the power of the soul true realm had improved. It was just that his current situation was too miserable, and the long saber was still in his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded continuing the battle. Unfortunately, he did not have the slightest advantage in this battle, so the battle was not something he could stop just because he wanted to. After another collision of power, Zichen was sent flying more than a dozen feet. This time, the young man did not continue to chase after him. Instead, he stood in the air and looked at Zichen. Zichen also looked at the other party. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds on his body. He looked miserable, but his eyes were extremely cold. There was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The young man suddenly said, "That's it. Remember that you owe me a favor." There was a hint of confusion in Zichen's cold eyes. Was he talking to him? "Remember this favor first. You can return it to me the next time we meet." Zichen's expression was still puzzled. The young man continued, "I didn't have enough fun this time. We'll talk about it next time." He glanced at the dead little mute, then turned and left. Zichen was stunned. He did not understand. If the battle had continued, the other party could have killed him. Why did he leave? And what about the favor? Was he supposed to thank him for not killing him? What a joke. The next time they met, the two of them would definitely fight to the death. At this moment, Zichen felt movement below. When he looked down, his expression changed. Little Mute, who was supposed to be dead, was actually standing up. She was looking up at Zichen. She was gesturing with her hands, as if asking where the enemy had gone. To Zichen, this scene was like seeing a ghost. Then, he came to his senses and looked at Noah and Shanya. At this time, the two of them were lying on the ground, but they had just fainted. Their breathing was even, and their lives were not in danger. Zichen was stunned. Could it be that what he saw before was an illusion? Now he finally understood what the other party meant by the favor. The appearance of the young man seemed to be helping him break through the realm. Although he looked very miserable, his life was not in danger. Instead, breaking through the realm could be considered a benefit. Who is he? Why is he helping me? Zichen could not figure it out. At this time, Shanya and Noah also woke up. Both of them were fine. Among the four of them, Zichen seemed to be in the worst condition. "Clean up the battlefield first, then leave here," Zichen immediately said. At this time, he still had not pulled out the blade in his body. The previous injuries were also temporarily suppressed by him. The three of them cleaned up the battlefield as quickly as possible, especially Xinjiang. Zichen specifically told them not to miss anything. After cleaning up the battlefield, the four of them immediately teleported away. This time, it was Noah who activated the sacred talisman. His figure appeared again. Zichen directly fell to the ground. His breath was very weak, and the injuries that he had suppressed earlier had broken out. His forehead was full of cold sweat. His injuries were very serious. He looked at Noah and said weakly, "Pull the blade out." Noah nodded. Zichen needed to be treated as soon as possible, or his life would be in danger. Chapter 37:51. The sky darkened. Noah walked over with a bundle of firewood and threw it to the side. Little Mute sat beside the freshly lit fire and stared at the flames in a daze. Occasionally, she would glance to the side. Zichen was still recuperating from his injuries. 2 days had passed, but Zichen's injuries still had not recovered, and the three of them did not know what happened that day. Zichen hadn't spoken for the past 2 days. His body was stained with blood, but fortunately, the ghastly wound had already healed. After putting down the firewood, Noah sat beside him and did not say a word. Zichen had not recovered from his injuries, and the three of them were in low spirits. They did not even talk and were in a daze. An hour later, Zichen opened his eyes. The three of them who were in a daze immediately focused their gazes on him. Noah asked, "Have you recovered?" Zichen raised his hand and pressed on his chest. He shook his head and said, "I should be fine in another day." Only then did the three of them relax. Their expressions were much more relaxed. In the previous battle, Zichen had first killed 2 Soul True Realm experts. Then, he fought with the young man and was severely injured. Fortunately, the young man did not have any killing intent. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Now that he thought about it, the dangerous situation that day should have been deliberately created by the young man. It was so that he could break through under pressure. If not for the pressure of death, who knew how long it would take for Zichen to reach the Soul True Realm? This was because it had nothing to do with the strength of one's soul power. It was an instant of epiphany. Furthermore, there was naturally a difference in strength between Soul True Realm experts. For example, the 2 Soul True Realm experts that Zichen had killed were clearly the weakest. It could even be said that they were not Soul True Realm experts at all, but powerful Soul False Realm experts. This was because they had taken the wrong path. However, Zichen still could not understand why they would help him. They clearly did not know each other. Could it be because of Little Mute? This thought flashed through his mind. Without talking too much, Zichun took out a holy talisman and began to absorb the energy within it. Although the young man had left, the danger had not truly passed. Perhaps in the future, there would still be experts comparable to the young man. So Zichun had to recover as soon as possible. This time, he had gone far. He believed that such good luck would not last forever. Seeing Zichun close his eyes once again, the mood of the three of them had obviously improved by quite a bit. The next day, when the sky brightened, the holy talisman in Zichun's hand turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The healing soul energy within it had been completely exhausted. He opened his eyes. His injuries had already recovered. Zichun stood up and stretched his body. He was in a good mood. Recovered? Yes. Noah and the other two also got up at the same time. Noah habitually began to cover up their tracks. Clearly, they were going to continue their journey today. Zichun didn't set off immediately. Instead, he took out the unpredictable brush and began to draw talismans. In the previous battle, besides being miserable, he had consumed a lot of energy. Everything had to be replenished. The first talisman that Zichun drew was the ghost spirit. If he had used the ghost spirit holy talisman during the battle with the young man, he believed that he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. This time, he only drew 22 talismans and reached his limit. In addition to the previous one, he had a total of 23 talismans. Clearly, he had improved a lot. Next, he drew the defense holy talisman, heavenly Saint Arm, and Thunder Dang. You broke through? Noah asked in surprise when he felt the soul energy circulating around Zichun's body. Yes, I broke through by luck. Zichun's hands didn't stop moving. He could do two things at once. That young man of unknown origin was beaten away by you? When cleaning up the battlefield, Noah didn't see the young man's corpse. Clearly, the young man had left. However, he couldn't understand why such a powerful young man would leave. Now that he sensed Zichun's soul corporeal realm, he understood. Zichun shook his head and said, "No, he left by himself." At this moment, Shanya and Xiaomute also turned around. Their eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly left. It doesn't seem like he wanted to kill us. Zichun's talisman brush stopped. Soul energy surged in front of him, and a heavenly saint arm appeared. The three of them somewhat believed this. Since the young man could knock them unconscious, he could also kill them. However, he didn't. Oh, right. This was found on the soul corporeal realm descender. Noah took out a bee skin bag and handed it to Zichun. It was the spoils of war from Shinran. Zichun put away the holy talisman brush and took the bee skin bag. He opened it and saw the holy talismans. There were also dozens of them. They should be able to sell for a good price. Zichun's gaze only swept past them. He didn't pay too much attention to the holy talismans. He didn't even look at the extraordinary holy talisman brush. He was looking for the holy talisman art. He was looking for the spirit python that could fight with the underworld ghost. After quickly rummaging through the bag, Zichun saw an oval-shaped jade slip in the corner of the bag. On the surface of the jade slip, there was a pattern carved. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a small snake. However, this cloud was already incomplete. There were several cracks on it. Seeing this scene, Zichun's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed. Could this be the holy talisman art that couldn't be shown on talisman paper? He immediately reached out and took out the jade slip. He was very careful. After a slight hesitation, he poured his soul energy into it. He was very nervous because he wasn't sure if it was what he wanted. He was also worried that it was damaged. Buzz. As soon as the soul energy came into contact with the jade slip suddenly glowed. Immediately after, a message entered Zichun's sea of consciousness. Heavenly Thunder Python. Zichun's eyes suddenly lit up. It was indeed what he needed. He was immediately overjoyed. Seeing the change in Zichun's expression, the three of them also knew that he had found something good. They even guessed what it was. After all, they had seen with their own eyes how powerful the spirit python was that day. And when Zichun finished comprehending the holy talisman art recorded in the jade slip and his consciousness returned, the cracks on the jade slip, which originally had a few cracks, had spread all over the jade slip like a spider web. Zichun used a little strength and the jade slip shattered. The heavenly thunder python recorded in it naturally disappeared. The other three looked at Zichun and became nervous. Zichun said with a smile, "I should have reached the limit of comprehending it. However, I have already memorized the things inside. I just need to practice diligently." Only then did the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. They were happy for Zichun from the bottom of their hearts. Zichun, who was in a good mood, glanced at his tattered robes and the bloodstains on his body. He said, "I'll go wash up first. We'll continue later." Chapter 3752. Lan Rue walked in the forest at a leisurely pace, admiring the scenery along the way, like a traveler out to relax. He was the young man who made Zichun a favor. After leaving that day, he did not return at the agreed time, but wandered in the forest. Recalling the scene that day, Lan Rue muttered in a low voice, "It's indeed difficult to find. There seems to be something blocking the aura. If it weren't for those sneaky guys, we would have missed it. But this is good too. If it's difficult for me to find it, I believe it will be even more difficult for others to find it." Then, Lan Rue shook his head and said helplessly, "The Lan family is already in a bad situation. What's the point?" In a completely different direction from Lan Rue, Zichun's group of four was still heading towards their destination. They still traveled during the day and rested at night. But this time, Zichun was no longer comprehending the black jade piece, but practicing the sky thunder python. He had seen this kind of holy talisman technique with his own eyes that day. Once it was activated, it would be another big trump card. At the same time, he also began to teach Shanya and Noah how to cultivate. The two of them had been in this realm for many years. The most important task now was not to break through, but to find their own strength. Zichun looked at the two of them and said, "For example, my strength. Take a look." Light appeared on his fingertip, and lightning surged within the light. This is strength, and also an attribute. The two of you carefully sense it first. The light on Zichun's fingertip disappeared as he looked at the two of them. Noah said, "It seems difficult to find." "Of course it's difficult," Zichun said. He did not deny this point. If he guessed correctly, the soul power of the soul void realm was roughly equivalent to a 5-star holy talisman master in the saint spirit world. Under normal circumstances, some saint spirits could not reach this level in their entire lives. Although this world was different, the difficulty of cultivation was still the same. For example, Zichun could easily reach the soul reality realm because his soul power was already at 6 stars. In fact, he had never broken through to the next realm. He had only found a way to truly unleash his power. For the two of them, the road ahead was still very long. Zichun didn't have much to teach Little Mute, because he couldn't see through him. Moreover, he had a feeling that the young man from last time was here because of Little Mute. As for Shanya and Nuaya's cultivation, Zichun only gave them a few pointers, which didn't take up too much time. Most of the time, he was still accumulating sacred runes. Firstly, it was for the war. Secondly, it could be exchanged for blue crystal coins in the future. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The four of them did not encounter any more danger, and Zichun's accumulation had also reached an extremely high level. If there was another danger, Zichun believed that he could fight for a very long time. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that the Sky Thunder Python still did not succeed. That night, the four of them stopped again. After eating, Zichun stood alone in the darkness, far away from the bonfire. His hand was unfathomable, but he had yet to put the brush to paper. The three of them were already used to this. Noah was adding fuel to the fire while Shanya and Xiaomute were having a simple conversation. After a full quarter of an hour, Zichun finally began to put the brush to paper. Lightning curled around the tip of his brush, leaving real traces in the air after he put the brush to paper. Those traces emitted light and looked very extraordinary. The three of them still didn't care, because Zichun had tried too many times. Every time he tried, it was extraordinary, but he had yet to succeed. Originally, the three of them would be anxious for Zichun, but as time passed, they had already gotten used to it. Suddenly, a tremor came from the front. The bonfire kept tilting in one direction, and the wind whistled in the forest. The three of them immediately raised their heads and looked ahead. They saw a large black cloud above Zichun's head, and lightning would occasionally fall from the black cloud, cutting through the darkness. In front of Zichen, the soul power formed a huge vortex, and there was a hissing sound coming from the vortex. The three of them were stunned at first, but then they understood what was happening. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. Heavenly thunder descend. Spirit python emerge. Zichen raised his head to look at the sky and finished the last stroke. A powerful storm suddenly swept up from the front. As the terrifying shockwaves spread out, a spirit python that was over 100 feet long appeared out of thin air. Lightning flashed around the spirit python's body. Its eyes were like cold lightning as it scanned its surroundings. The three of them shuddered at the same time. The might of the spirit python that appeared this time was much stronger than the one that the previous opponent had displayed. Zichen looked at the spirit python in front of him with a smile on his face. The spirit python opened its mouth and let out a hiss. Following that, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended. An ancient tree a few hundred feet away turned into nothingness, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Countless ripples spread out. However, the three of them who were at the Soul Void realm felt extremely pressured. If the spirit python in front of them was willing, it would be very easy to destroy them. Zichen gently flicked his finger, and the spirit python in front of him dissipated. The terrifying pressure also dissipated. Congratulations! Noah and the other two immediately went forward. They were very excited. Clearly, Zichen had grasped another powerful move. This was naturally a good thing for everyone. Zichen's face was a little pale. This was caused by the consumption of his soul power. However, it was still within Zichen's acceptable range. After all, this heavenly thunder python was extraordinary. It was naturally nothing if it consumed a little more. That night, Zichen did not cultivate. He rested well for a night and continued on his journey the next day. They walked and stopped like this. After walking for about half a year, they were finally not far away from their destination. However, danger never appeared. This kind of quiet atmosphere made them feel a little uncomfortable. They still hadn't reached the end of this dense forest. Looking at the area marked on the map, the coverage of the forest was much larger than his Tianwu world. Yes, we're here. Zichen saw a huge mountain peak, and this was the destination. According to the old man's guidance, after reaching this place, they had completed their mission. Leaping up, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a circular platform here that should have been deliberately built. A group of 4 stood on the platform. This is the place? Noah looked around and said in surprise, "There's nothing here. What are we doing here?" Shanya and Xiaomute were also very puzzled. In fact, Zichen didn't understand either. He was only responsible for bringing them to the destination. Then, he took out a glowing bead that shone like a luminous pearl. The old man gave it to me that day. He said that he would give it to you when we reach the destination. Zichen handed the glowing bead to Xiaomute. Xiaomute looked at the bead with hesitation in her eyes. Zichen smiled and said, "It wasn't easy for us to get here. We've experienced life and death several times. Take it. I believe that the old man won't harm you." Xiaomute nodded and took the bead. The moment she grabbed the bead, countless rays of light suddenly bloomed on the platform under their feet. The platform under their feet turned into a huge light array. The 4 of them were bathed in the light of the light array. In the next moment, a repulsive force fell on Zichen and the other 2. They left the light array. Xiaomute stood alone in the light array. At the same time, a light array appeared above her head. The 2 light arrays, one above and one below, enveloped Xiaomute. At this moment, Xiaomute's pretty face had a pained expression. "Xiaomute!" Shanya exclaimed and was about to rush forward. After getting along with Xiaomute for half a year, she had long regarded her as a friend. Zichen pulled Shanya back and said, "Don't be rash. Let's wait and see." Suddenly, a scream came from the light array. It was as if something had broken. The 2 light arrays suddenly shrank and converged on Xiaomute's body. Xiaomute's long hair moved without wind. Her delicate face began to change. Her eyebrows were like a painting. A woman who vaguely resembled Xiaomute appeared in front of them. She was like a beauty who had walked out of a painting. Her whole body was glowing. Her figure was slim and her legs were straight and slender. Her beauty was unparalleled. The most attractive thing about her, other than her beautiful face, was the pair of glowing wings behind her. Chapter 3753. After several months of traveling, Longrui finally returned to his family. Why are you only back now? Has the mission been successfully completed? An old man, who had obviously been in a high position for a long time, looked at Longrui. His tone was stern and filled with dissatisfaction. Longrui did not look at this dignified old man. He casually picked his ear and said indifferently, I searched for a long time, but I didn't see it. What a pity. What? The old man's expression changed when he heard this. He frowned and said angrily, You didn't find it? Why didn't you send back the news earlier so that we could make follow-up arrangements? Do you know how much of a delay you have caused for the family? Longrui still said indifferently, I didn't want to trouble the family. I've been trying my best to find it, but unfortunately, I couldn't find it. Longrui sighed and said regretfully, So, I can only come back and see if the family has any good ideas. Nonsense. After so long, where can we get information from? The old man pointed at Longrui. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. You are the hope of our Lon family. If you successfully complete the mission this time, the Lon family will definitely be yours in the future. But how can you be so muddle-headed and not understand the gravity of the situation? Longrui suddenly raised his head and looked straight into the old man's eyes. He said seriously, The hope of the Lon family is not me. It is the glazed cup that will never be destroyed. It is the weeping divine wings in the glazed cup. It is the divine soul goddess that will never wither. What did you say? The old man looked at Longrui and his expression changed several times. Longrui turned his head and looked outside the house. His gaze seemed to pass through countless buildings and looked in a certain direction. This is what we owe him. It's time for him to come back. Speaking of which, this is his home. At this moment, in the resting place of the Lon family's ancestors, in the most sacred ancestral hall of the Lon family, a statue that had existed for an unknown period of time suddenly released a light. The statue emitted light, and the entire Lon family began to shake. Countless buildings began to shake like an earth cow. Such an unforeseen event caused a commotion in this huge family. The old man in the room suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of the statue. Then, he looked at Longrui and said angrily, Is this what you did? Since it has come to this, let's go and take a look. Longrui's expression was still calm. Humph! The old man snorted coldly, then waved his sleeve at Longrui, and the two figures disappeared from the hall. The next moment, they appeared in the ancestral hall and saw the shining statue. At this time, there were already many elderly people gathered around. They looked at the shining statue in front of them with excitement, but there were also some people who had very complicated looks in their eyes. Looking at the woman with wings of light in front of them, the expressions of Zichun and the other two changed. At this moment, Little Mute was like an immortal in a painting. She was no longer that little maid. Her temperament was elegant and noble. Her eyes were like water as she looked at everyone, but she gave people a feeling of inferiority. Zichun understood. In fact, he should have understood it long ago. Little Mute was the young miss that required many people to protect. However, she had always been sealed. It was like a shackle wrapped around her body. She needed the key to unlock it. There were two keys. One was the mountain peak, and the other was the bead that Zichun carried with him. Now that the two keys were combined into one, the seal was undone, and the mission was complete. This change was simply too great. Shanya and Noah were completely stunned. This was like an ugly duckling suddenly turning into a beautiful white swan, even though Little Mute was not ugly. At this time, Little Mute was also shocked. Her change also scared herself, and her emotions could not calm down for a long time. Zichun. She looked at Zichun in front of her and tried to speak. Her voice carried some timidity and uneasiness, but more than that, it was apprehension. Zichun nodded and said with a smile, It's me. Congratulations. A soul void realm could not speak, and could not even use soul remembrance to transmit sound. The previous Zichun found it very strange. Now, his doubts were solved. Shanya, Noah, Little Mute spoke again. This time, it was much better. The two of them nodded. Shanya was so happy that she cried. She had long treated Little Mute as a friend. Now that Little Mute could speak, she was naturally happy. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Ray after ray of light appeared in the surroundings. The light dissipated and turned into old people. These old people looked at Little Mute, their eyes full of shock. Zichen retreated because he felt an aura as deep as the abyss from these old people. It was extremely terrifying. Every one of them had the power to easily kill him. Zichen's eyes suddenly flashed as he retreated. He actually saw a familiar figure among these old people. It was the young man who made him owe a favor. At this time, Lan Rue also saw Zichen. His eyes blinked slightly, and he slowly shook his head at Zichen. Therefore, Zichen understood the other party's intention and similarly stopped Shanya and Noah, who were about to cry out in surprise. This was not normal. Those powerful old people were all looking at Little Mute. No one paid attention to Zichen and the other two. In those old people's eyes, there was shock and excitement, but there was also another emotion. Little Mute's eyes had some timidity, and she looked at Zichen as if asking for help. Zichen smiled bitterly. He wanted to help, but he was powerless. Although he did not know what was going on, since these people had appeared, there was nothing for him to do. Zichen clasped his fist at Little Mute, and then planned to leave with the three of them. At this time, Lan Rue suddenly said, "The three of you are the guardians this time, right? The three of you have contributed greatly to bringing back our Lan family's holy daughter." As soon as Lan Rue's voice fell, several gazes shot towards Zichen. In an instant, Zichen, who had stopped, was on guard as if he was facing a great enemy. He felt a murderous intent. Although this murderous intent disappeared in a flash, and even in the eyes of Noah and Shanya, it was due to excessive pressure that caused breathing difficulties. However, Zichen's perception was so sharp that he could not even distinguish the murderous intent. "The three of you have contributed greatly to bringing back the holy daughter. Follow me back to the Lan family. We will definitely repay you well." At this time, an old man said. Zichen clasped his fist and said, "Senior, you are too polite. We were just following the arrangements of others, and we have already received our reward. As for the holy daughter, we do not know, so we do not dare to be greedy. Let's part ways here." Without waiting for the other party to answer, Zichen turned and left. Shanya and Noah did not move because they were completely stunned. In this blue sand continent, who did not know of the colossal Lan family? Seeing that the two of them did not move, Zichen immediately reached out, grabbed their shoulders, and was about to leave again. This was not a place to stay for long. The corner of Lan Rue's mouth flashed with a mocking smile. Chapter 3754. After Zichen landed on the ground, he immediately turned around and said, "Since Senior is so sincere in your invitation, Junior can only accept it." Lan Rue curled his lips. This was too cunning. Shanya and Noah remained motionless. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or fear. The light on Little Mute's body had dissipated. Her transformation had ended at this time. She was still in the soul void realm. She was very afraid of the auras of these unfamiliar old men around her. Looking at Little Mute, who was like a pitiful little beast, Zichen was helpless. He couldn't even protect himself now. These old men might kill him to silence him. The killing intent he sensed earlier was not fake. Looking at the subtle atmosphere in front of him, Zichen hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior, you just said that Little Mute is a fairy. I guess her identity must be very noble, right?" The old men did not answer, but Lan Rue took the initiative to say, "Of course. How noble is the fairy's identity? You can protect the fairy along the way. You are naturally meritorious, but you are also lucky. When you return to the family, there will be benefits for you, so you can be happy." Zichen cupped his fists again and said, "I see. It seems that we are really lucky." As a rogue cultivator, Zichen greets the fairy and seniors. The group of old men looked at each other. Obviously, they did not expect Zichen to speak so much. Even if they had killing intent in their hearts, they could not show it at this time. "Bring the fairy back to the family," the old man who spoke before said again. He should be the one in charge, so he made the final decision. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over." Lan Rui waved at Zichun, indicating for him to come forward. The old man turned to look at Zichun, and his eyes were a little more fierce. Zichun could only brace himself and go forward. Shanya and Noah followed obediently. In front of absolute strength, all schemes were futile. Right now, they could only go to the Lan family. This was obviously a teleportation array. After Zichan stepped into the light, he felt a strong suction force. In the next moment, everyone's figures disappeared. After they left, cracks suddenly appeared on the mountain with the teleportation array. These cracks began to spread until the entire mountain exploded. When Zichan's figure reappeared, he was beside a statue. This place was filled with a sacred and solemn aura. Obviously, this was not an ordinary place. This could be seen from the expressions of the old men. Zichan immediately lowered his head and stopped looking around. Lan Rui glanced at Zichun with a strange expression. At this moment, another wave of energy fell on him. The feeling of being teleported appeared again. This time, when they reappeared, they were already in a large hall. A powerful force sent Zichun and the other two flying out of the hall. Before he left the hall, he heard the old man's voice again. Rui, arrange a place for the holy maiden. The three of them landed outside the hall. Shanya and Noah looked at each other. Didn't they say that they were people who had performed meritorious deeds? Why were they treating their guests like this? Zichen's expression was still calm because he knew very well that after coming here, they no longer had the right to speak. Everything could only be arranged by others, or it could be said that it was up to fate. Although he did not like this feeling, there was nothing he could do about it. However, what puzzled him was that since they were willing to pay a huge price to bring Mute back, why were they all so cold? Some of them could not even hide their killing intent. The three of them stood outside the hall and could not hear what the people in the hall were saying. No one paid them any attention. I see that your expressions are a little different from before. Do you know something? Since he had nothing to do, Zichen asked about the scene he saw earlier. At that time, the two of them were stunned and did not move. Noah pursed his dry lips and said in a deep voice, "If we're not wrong, we're standing in the Lan family now." So it's the Lan family. Didn't they say it before? Zichun said. Noah said, if it's really the Lan family, then this is one of the most powerful families in the Blue Sand continent. They govern almost half of the forces in the Blue Sand continent. What? Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. Noah then talked about some of the Lan family's forces that he had heard of. This made Zichen frown. Such a huge family had countless experts. If they were really willing to let the fairy return, why would they need the three of them to protect her? Those old men from before all had the power to easily crush him. At this moment, Zichun could not help but wonder if the Lan family's goal from the beginning was to make the entire mission fail and not succeed. To think that Lan Rui was worried that you guys would be at a loss when you first arrived here. I didn't expect you guys to be chatting. You guys seem to be in a good mood. A slightly sarcastic voice sounded. A woman in red walked in their direction. She exuded a youthful aura. Her delicate chin was slightly raised with a hint of arrogance. She glanced at Zichun and said, "You don't look that bad, you coward." Zichun looked at the woman in red and did not know what to say. Noah and Shanya were obviously very nervous. After all, this was the Lan family. If their enemy, the Ghost King, was already powerful enough, then the Lan family was even more powerful than the Ghost King. Perhaps they only needed to move their fingers gently and the powerful Ghost King would be annihilated. The woman in red came in front of the three of them. She looked at the silent Zichun and said, "I heard from Lan Rui that you were so scared that you couldn't even walk when you found out that you were coming to the Lan family?" Facing this woman who was obviously sarcastic, Zichun said calmly, "It's not that I was scared. I was just a little surprised. The woman in red smiled mockingly and said, "Then I'll take you guys to the Lan family? There are many places that will broaden your horizons." Zichen immediately said, "No, we're fine here. Maybe those seniors will have other orders later." "Humph, and you say you're not a coward." The woman in red rolled her eyes and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lan Hongyi. You can call me Hongyi. I'm Lan Rui's younger sister." "I'm Zichun. Greetings." Zichun immediately cupped his fists. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the woman. Let's skip the pleasantries. Come with me. Since she's returned to the family, nothing can happen to her. After all, she's from such a big family. She still wants to save face. But the three of you, if you keep standing here, aren't you worried that you'll cause trouble? Obviously, this woman had a more thorough view of the situation. Her action also saved the three of them from an awkward situation. Zichun could not help but look at her a few more times. Apart from her flamboyant personality, she also had a meticulous heart. He could not help but think of the maid called Xiaoyu. Under her bossy and domineering attitude, she actually had a meticulous heart. She was clearly not even at the Soul Void realm, but she made everyone run in circles. For a moment, Zichun was a little distracted. What? You're not even blinking. Are you tempted by me? Have you prepared enough betrothal gifts? Chapter 3755. Lan Hongyi led Zichun out of the meeting hall and went to another mansion. As the core of the Lan family, it was huge. Both sides didn't talk much along the way. Shanya glanced at Lan Hongyi from time to time. She seemed to be curious about how such a woman could say such things. Zichun and the other three walked for a full hour before they arrived at the place Lan Hongyi had mentioned. It was a standalone courtyard with some green bamboos planted outside, and the courtyard was filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. This is where you will live. There is everything inside. Food will also be delivered by someone. Lan Hongyi pointed to another standalone courtyard 100 feet away and said, I will live there. If there is anything you need, you can look for me. I will help you appropriately. Zichun hesitated and said, Will it be inappropriate for us to stay here? Lan Hongyi glanced at Zichun and said meaningfully, It's impossible for you to leave. With that, she left. Noah and Shanya looked at Zichun, waiting for him to make a decision. Let's take one step at a time. Zichun walked forward. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. It was not easy to get paid. Not to mention the dangers along the way. They might even lose their lives here. The room was very clean, as if it had been cleaned by someone. There was everything, even a training room. Moreover, the floor of the entire room seemed to have an array that gathered soul power, causing the soul power in the room to be very rich. There were also all kinds of exquisite accessories in the room, all of which could increase soul power. From this, one could see how rich and powerful the Lan family was. Zichun began to cultivate, and his heart gradually calmed down. On the other hand, Shanya and Noah couldn't calm down for a long time. They thought that it was a good thing to come to the Lan family. After all, they were people who had made contributions. Who would have thought that their lives would be in danger? After an hour, Lan Rue came. Other than him, Xiaomute also came, which surprised Zichun. The current Xiaomute was wearing a luxurious dress, completely different from the sword-carrying woman from before. When she saw the three of them, her eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Zichun looked at Longrue. Longrue said, I had no choice. The heavenly maiden insisted on coming here. I could only bring her here. Zichun was still looking at Longrue and didn't say anything. Longrue said again, It's your first time here, so it's inevitable that you'll feel uncomfortable. However, you don't have to worry. If everything goes well, you'll see an acquaintance in 2 days. At that time, he'll naturally tell you everything. We'll let the holy maiden stay here for the time being. Only then did Zichun nod his head. Lan Rue bid farewell and left. It didn't take long for someone to deliver food to them. All of them were made from special ingredients. Even the fruits after the meal were good things that could increase one's soul power. Zichun and Noah ate heartily. Shanya and Xiaomute seemed to be affected as well. Everyone was in a good mood during the meal. It was the only consolation in this place where tigers and wolves were lurking. What should we do next? Xiaomute looked at Zichun. She didn't know anyone here, which was why she strongly requested to come to Zichun's place. Compared to others, following Zichun, who was familiar with her, gave her a sense of security. We can only wait. Zichun smiled at Xiaomute and said, You didn't notice anything strange before? Xiaomute shook her head and said, No. I've been living with the young miss since I could remember. I trained hard with the sword since I was young, so that I could protect the young miss in times of danger. After her appearance changed, Xiaomute's voice also became very pleasant. She naturally wouldn't lie to Zichun. Moreover, Zichun could hear the helplessness in her voice. She, who was supposed to protect the young miss, was actually that young Mississippi. Even Xiao Mute herself didn't know her identity. Naturally, she could deceive others. In Zichun's eyes, this was an extremely clever move. However, as for the specifics, he could only wait for that so-called acquaintance. On the second day, neither Lan Rui nor Lan Hongyi came. There were no other troubles. The quality of the 3 meals a day was very high. On the third day, the so-called acquaintance came. It was the old man at the human soul realm. This surprised Zichun, but also made him happy. He was the most familiar with the old man in the group from last time. However, when Zichun went forward to welcome him, the old man was already there. He bowed deeply to Zichun. "Young friend, thank you very much." Zichun hurried forward to help the old man up. However, his left hand missed. The old man had already lost his right arm. He was slightly stunned and said in astonishment, "Senior, your arm?" The old man shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm already very satisfied to be able to come back alive." A powerful human soul realm expert actually felt satisfied to be alive. Zichun didn't dare to imagine what they had experienced. Noah and Shanya immediately bowed to the old man. Xiaomute also walked out and looked at the old man in front of him. The old man was the steward of the residence. He was kind to everyone. If the old man had not displayed his powerful cultivation realm that day, Xiaomute would not have known that the kind steward was a powerful human soul realm expert. When the old man saw Xiaomute, he nodded repeatedly. There was an unconcealable excitement on his aged face. "Good, very good. Really very good. I finally get to see you again, Mississippi." In an instant, the old man's face was covered in tears. Xiaomute stood there at a loss as she looked at the crying old man. "Your real name is not Xiaomute. You are Gumeng, Lan Gumeng," the old man said again. Xiaomute became Lan Gumeng. This was decided many years ago. Zichun invited the old man into the room and then poured a cup of water for her. The old man told her about Lan Gumeng. When Lan Gumeng was born, she was hunted down by her enemies. At that time, Lan Gumeng's family tried their best to protect her. In the end, they brought Lan Gumeng back to Star Sand City. During that time, they were worried that their identities would be exposed. Therefore, the real Lan Gumeng became a mute girl who sealed her mouth and followed a young lady to practice swordsmanship. Their lives were very peaceful and happy. More than 20 years later, they left Star Sand City for the first time. Everyone's fates had changed from then on. Ted is my friend. I asked him to find some reliable people to complete this mission. The old man looked at Zichun and said, "So, in the end, you were chosen. Zichun, you really did not disappoint us. This old man will never forget this kindness." "Senior, you are too polite. We are only doing this according to the reward." At that time, Ted gave us a price that was hard to refuse. "We are not that generous," Zichun said politely. However, there were many suspicious points in the old man's words. For example, why would Lan Gumeng, who was born in the Lan clan, have enemies? And the so-called enemies could not be the Lan clan itself, right? However, the old man did not say anything. Zichun naturally would not ask. The less he knew about this kind of thing, the better. Looking at the somewhat worried Zichun, the old man said, "No need to worry. Since we are already here, then the Lan clan will do their best to protect Gumeng." Chapter 3756. Hearing that Zichun wanted to leave, the old man looked at him with a strange expression. Noticing the change in the old man's expression, Zichun asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The old man said, "Before I came, I met young Master Lan Rui." Zichun understood the old man's meaning and scratched his head. "You are indeed very cautious," the old man said with a sigh. Zichun said, "Senior, you must be joking. How is this cautious? I'm just not used to it. After all, we are just rogue cultivators who run around on missions to make a living. We have long been used to living in the open. Now that we are in such a big family with people serving us, we can't get used to it." The old man smiled and said, "Senior, don't call me that. It sounds distant. My name is Lanlu. You can call me by my name, or you can call me housekeeper." Lanlu patted Zichun on the shoulder and said, Although everything has settled down, you can't leave for the time being. Why? Zichen's expression changed. Noah and Shanya were also a little worried. Lanlu said, "Don't worry, the Lan family won't put you under house arrest. It's just that there may be some things that we need your help with." "Oh, okay then." Zichen nodded and agreed. However, he definitely did not believe these words. The Lan clan had countless strong cultivators. Why would they need the help of a few weak existences like them? After Lanlu left, Lan Hongyi, who lived next door, came. She came to look for Lan Guming. The two sides did not talk much. At most, they just came to take a look. In the next few days, there would always be some strangers outside Zichen's room. They were all here for Lan Guming, but they didn't have the courage to enter. The Lan family entertained Zichen and his group with delicious food and drinks. Until now, they had not neglected Zichen and his group in the slightest. However, this feeling of being under house arrest made Zichen feel very uncomfortable. It was not easy for him to calm down and cultivate. After worrying for a few days, Zichen's mood gradually relaxed. After all, after leaving this place, he might have to face the Ghost King's people. For now, staying here was pretty good. At least there was no danger to his life. Thus, Zichen began to cultivate with all his might. During this time, he did not forget to accumulate some saint talismans. He even began to look forward to the reward that the Lan family had promised. After all, this was what the head of the Lan clan had said. He shouldn't be lying. It was only a matter of time. As for how she knew that the other party was the head of the family, this was what Lan Hongyi had said. She had become a regular customer here these past few days. Other than her harsh words towards Zichen, she had a good relationship with Shanya and Lan Guming. As for Noah, after seeing Zichen suffer defeat time and time again, he tactfully disappeared when he saw the other party arrive. After living in this house for half a month, Noah, who had a lot of time to cultivate, finally found his own strength. It was similar to the power of the wind, which made him extremely excited. As for Shanya, she still did not find the attribute of strength. On this day, Lan Hongyi chatted with Lan Guming outside, while Zichen stayed in his room to cultivate. Not long after, there was a knock on Zichen's door. It was Lan Hongyi's voice. "Hey, coward, Lan Rue is looking for you." Zichen opened his eyes. He was very puzzled by this name. He did not dare to come to the Lan clan, so he was a coward? What kind of logic was this? When Zichen opened the door, Lan Hongyi had already left. Lan Rue stood at the door. He looked at Zichen through the door and said, "Want to talk?" Zichen said, "If I say that I'm cultivating and don't have time, is that okay?" Lan Rue smiled, then took the initiative to walk into Zichen's room and said, "Then use that favor to talk." Of course, the premise is that you have to admit that it is indeed a favor. Zichen nodded and said, "I admit it. Tell me what it is." Lan Rue glanced at the door, and Zichen tactfully closed the door. Lan Rue said, "It's about the matter of the fairy. It's finally settled. The Lan clan will protect her." Zichen did not speak, quietly waiting for the rest of the story. Looking at the calm Zichen, Lan Rue asked curiously, "Aren't you curious why this happened?" Zichen said lightly, "Curiosity kills." Lan Rue smiled and said, "It seems that you still haven't let down your guard." Zichen rolled his eyes. Who could let down their guard in this place? "Anyway, it's just a favor. You can talk about it as you see fit," Zichen said. "I won't agree to everything. There should be a limit to everything." "Then let's talk about the name Lan Guming first," Lan Rue said. Lan Rue said, "She is not a person's name. In fact, it is a title. The original meaning is the lonely sleeper of the Lan family. Or you can understand it as a lonely person dreaming a dream that will never come true." Zichen looked at Lan Rue, and his expression changed. Lan Guming is the fairy. Generation after generation of fairies are called Lan Guming. They have impressive talent and unparalleled combat strength. They are the symbol of the Lan clan. Lan Rue's eyes were filled with fanaticism. However, the fairy of every generation did not grow up. Zichen extinguished the other party's fanaticism at the right time. Lan Rue's eyes were a little dim. He sighed and then nodded in tacit agreement. "So, there's no such thing as being hunted down by enemies. Your Lan clan knew about the birth of the fairy." You were the ones who sealed the fairy and prevented her from growing up. The name Lan Gu Ming came from this. It's always a dream, Zichen said again. This was what he guessed. Of course, it was also because of the previous events. The Lan clan was huge. If they supported someone with all their strength, how could they not succeed? In the end, it was all because of the Lan clan. Lan Rui nodded and did not deny it. But, do you know why? Without waiting for Zichen to ask, Lan Rui said directly, because of luck. Zichen's expression changed. Every time the fairy appears, more than half of the Lan clan's luck will be taken away. The potential of the younger generation of the Lan clan's disciples is obviously reduced. Take our generation, for example. In the past 20 years, other than Lan Hongyi and I, the Lan clan has no other brilliant disciples with potential. Lan Rui looked at Zichen and said, and once the fairy disappears, the potential of the Lan clan's disciples will return. Therefore, this is also the main reason why the fairy is unable to grow in the Lan clan. Isn't this explanation too ridiculous? Zichen clearly did not believe it. Lan Rui continued, it sounds like it, but what if it's a conclusion reached after hundreds or even thousands of years? Zichen frowned. If it was really a conclusion reached after a long time, then it was worth believing. Looking at the silent Zichen, Lan Rui said, every time the Lan clan stops a fairy, 3 Heaven Realm experts will appear in the clan. Furthermore, this doesn't include many disciples with potential. To the Lan clan, this is a very good deal no matter how you look at it. After all, a fairy is only a Heaven Realm expert. For so many years, the Lan clan has been able to stand tall because of their eternal luck. Zichen frowned and said, if that's the case, then why do we have to protect the fairy this time? Why don't we just let her disappear? Lan Rui said, due to some obscure reasons, the Lan clan has suffered heavy losses. Therefore, some of the clansmen want a powerful fairy to see if they can turn the situation around. However, this is only the thought of a portion of the people, not everyone. Zichen said, so, your original goal last time was to kill the fairy? That was my mission, but I also agree with the other people's point of view. I want the fairy to grow. Therefore, I was willing to help you at that time, and even helped you delay the others. Lan Rui looked into Zichen's eyes and said, this time. Although the clan has already agreed to let the fairy survive, they have also made it clear that they will not give her any additional funding. That's why I came to find you, hoping that you can help the fairy regain her strength. Chapter 3757. Zichen did not expect the fairy to be in such an awkward situation in the Lan family. He was speechless for a moment. Lan Rui continued, although the Lan family has acknowledged the fairy, they do not plan to provide her with resources. At most, they will not interfere and let her fend for herself. Zichen asked in puzzlement, since they have already acknowledged her, why don't they continue to support her? Lan Rui smiled bitterly and said, because the family's share of resources is limited. Naturally, they have to be used where they should be used. Zichen understood what Lan Rui meant. As a huge family, there were naturally many branches. The appearance of the fairy had already affected the potential of their descendants, causing them to suffer quite a loss. However, there was a saying that resources could make up for the lack of potential. Under the situation where the Lan family was unable to unify, no one was willing to be a sucker and take out their own share of resources to nurture the fairy and let her grow. After all, there had never been a fairy in history who had truly grown up. In other words, no one knew what the future would be like. It was this uncertainty that made everyone in the Lan family stop the appearance of the fairy, allowing more genius experts to appear in the family. After all, compared to the fairy, the other experts were controllable. Zichen pondered for a moment before saying, in other words, the Lan family plans to watch the fairy fend for herself. If she grows up, it will not be a loss to the Lan family. If she dies halfway, many people will be happy to see it. Although these words were unpleasant, they were the truth. Lan Rui nodded again. That's right, that's right. However, the family is not doing nothing this time. I've already fought for it. This time, the door to the Lan family's treasury will be opened once for you, but each person can only take one item from inside. Zichen's expression could not help but change when he heard this. The temptation of opening the Lan family's treasury was not small. He believed that after so many years, the Lan family must have accumulated a lot. Even if they could only take one item, it would still be a great opportunity for everyone. However, if there were other choices, Zichun would definitely reject them. This was because these benefits would be very troublesome. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. Zichun said, "So, this is the reason why you insisted on keeping us here?" You had already guessed the Lan family's choice. Regardless of whether we have this favor or not, as long as we come to the Lan family, we have no other choice? Maruis scratched his head and said, "It seems to be the case." Zichun sighed. Lan Rui was linking the lives of the three of them together with Lan Guming. If the Lan family's heavenly daughter couldn't grow up, would the three of them still be alive? Not to mention the others, just those who had been born in the Lan family for the past 20 years, and whose potential was obviously lower would definitely not let them go. When are we leaving? Zichun had no choice but to make the only choice. Lan Rui smiled and said, "Just in a few days. Before you leave, take the rewards that belong to you." Looking at the slightly depressed Zichun, Lan Rui stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Actually, you can think of it this way. Your life was long gone in the forest. Now that you're alive, it's obviously a good thing. Using your life to fight for a potentially brilliant future, why not?" "That makes sense." Zichun grinned, but it was uglier than crying. The door opened and Lan Rui left. During this time, he didn't forget to greet Shanya and Noah. At the same time, he bowed to Lan Guming. That night, Zichun informed the three of them that they might leave the Lan family for a mission. This made the three of them extremely excited. Although there was good food, drinks, and a good place to cultivate, they still felt uneasy. Of course, it would be good to be able to leave. As for other things, Zichun didn't say. It wasn't that he wanted to keep it a secret, but he didn't want to add to the three's worries. Especially Lan Guming. Zichun couldn't tell her the truth. Early the next morning, Lan Rui came with Lan Hongyi beside him. "Let's go. It's time to collect your rewards," Lan Rui said with a smile. His eyes were filled with anticipation for this trip. After all, even if he was the Lan family's young master, the treasury wasn't a place that he could enter as he wished. Zichun nodded and walked forward. Lan Hongyi ran in front of the two girls and whispered. After a while, bell-like laughter rang out. Noah followed beside Zichun without saying a word. "Last night, the family discussed again and felt that you had made a contribution this time. Therefore, after agreeing to give you a reward, we decided to help you with something. If you have any wishes that you haven't fulfilled, or enemies that you need to deal with, the Lan family can help you with it." Hearing Lan Rui's words, Zichun shook his head without thinking and said, "No, we just came here. There's no trouble." Noah, who was beside him, wanted to say something but stopped. He thought of the Ghost King. If the Lan family was really willing to help, it would be easy to deal with the Ghost King. "You have a wish? You can tell us. We will help you with it." Lan Rui noticed the change in Noah's expression. "No, we came together. There's no other wish." Before Noah could speak, Zichun said directly, "If the Lan family is really sincere, can we change this wish to take 2 items from the treasury?" Lan Rui shook his head and said, "It's already a special case that the treasury was open to you. Letting each of you take an item is unprecedented. 1 item is already the limit. There's no need to think about a second item." Zichun said, "If that's the case, then forget it. We appreciate the Lan family's kindness." Hearing Zichun's words, Lan Rui could only give up. Noah trusted Zichun completely. After being interrupted, he regained his composure. Along the way, they met many Lan family disciples. They were naturally curious about this group of people. Most of their gazes would quickly sweep past Zichun and the others and finally stop on Lan Guming. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. There were even some young people whose breathing had become hurried. As the holy daughter of the Lan family, Lan Guming not only had a beautiful face, she also had an extraordinary temperament. Seeing more and more people on both sides of the road, Zichun could not help but frown slightly. There really was an ulterior motive. It seemed that in the Lan family, there were still a large number of people who did not want the holy daughter to grow up. After much difficulty, they finally arrived outside the Lan family's treasury. Following that, they spent another 15 minutes before the group passed through the layers of protection and arrived outside the final door of the treasury. Lan Rue once again took out the token that he had shown several times along the way. This time, no one came forward to check it. The token released a blue light and the final door automatically opened inwards. The colorful scene that they imagined did not appear. The door was pitch black, as if it was a dark entrance. There are restrictions inside. Don't be greedy. Just take what is within your power. A cold voice came from all around, making it impossible to determine the true location of the person who spoke. Lan Rue cupped his fists at the void and walked forward. Zichun was not surprised by the voice's warning. It was impossible for the Lan family to let them take whatever they wanted. There had to be a limit to everything. If they took a fancy to the family's treasure, would they let them take it? Chapter 3758. Countless rays of light blossomed, illuminating their surroundings. It was as if they had come to another space. Colorful lights filled their field of vision, as if there were countless Xing Chan in the sky, bright and resplendent. Noah's eyes widened in shock. Shanya covered her mouth, stunned by this scene. Lan Guming looked at these dots of light and was a little dazed. Even Zichun, who had seen a lot of things, was visibly moved at this moment. Lan Rue smiled but didn't say anything. As the successor of the family, he didn't perform much better than the others when he came here for the first time. However, Lan Hongyi, who also performed very badly for the first time, looked at Zichun and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared, silly? Our Lan family's treasury has a decent collection, right?" Zichun tactfully didn't reply. His gaze swept across the countless dots of light in front of him. Naturally, there were countless objects, and what he needed to do was to choose from these dots of light. Lan Rue stood at the side and saw that the others were not moving, so he said, "Release your soul power and see what is in those dots of light. Then, you can choose what you want." Everyone, including Zichun, began to circulate their soul power, and the objects that emitted light appeared one by one. There were countless jade slips with records of soul techniques, as well as colorful soul weapons, and some holy talisman arts. There were so many of them that it made people click their tongues. During this time, Zichun saw a sword that emitted a dazzling blue light. Even when using his soul power, he could feel the sharpness of the sword. It looked very extraordinary. Beside the blue sword, there was a piece of blue jade. The blue jade had simple patterns on it, and Zichun couldn't help but guess that the jade slip recorded a sword technique that was compatible with the blue sword. Other than that, there were so many good things that they couldn't help but be dazzled by them. "I want this." Noah's voice came from the side. Among so many things, he was able to make a decision so quickly. It was obvious that he really liked this item. It was a soul weapon, a rarely seen ghost headblade. Since it was placed here by the Lan clan, it was obviously of high quality. Zichun also saw the ghost headblade. In fact, in his opinion, whether it was Noah or Shanya, it would be best if they each took a type of soul technique. After all, this was what they lacked the most right now. However, the ghost headblade was also quite good. After all, it was part of the Lan family's collection. Compared to the spoils of war they had obtained before, the quality was much higher. Unexpectedly, just as Noah was walking forward excitedly, the ghost head blade suddenly shone. A powerful shockwave came from it, sending Noah flying. At the same time, the ghost head blade tore through the air and disappeared. Sitting on the ground, Noah had a blank look on his face. Zichun's expression changed slightly. From the looks of it, his previous warning had worked. They were here, but they couldn't just take whatever they saw. He looked at Noah and said, "Go and find a soul technique that suits you better." Noah got up and nodded, ready to make his second choice. Zichun was still looking around. There were too many good things here, but he could only choose one. Naturally, he had to be cautious. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. The dark ghost was obviously very sensitive to soul power. How about letting it take a look? Zichun made a seal with his hand, intending to call out Ghost to help him come up with an idea. Unexpectedly, after the seal fell, there was no reaction at all. There wasn't even a soul fluctuation, which made Zichun stunned. "Save it. All spying methods are prohibited here." Other than using soul power to sense, you can only use your eyes to see. Lan Hongyi's voice sounded. Zichun was a little depressed. At this moment, another exclamation came from the side. It was Noah who was sent flying for the second time. Zichun didn't even have the time to see what it was before it disappeared without a trace. Noah had a helpless look on his face. Zichun's heart skipped a beat as he dashed towards the blue sword. The blue sword immediately glowed with a vibrating force. That force wasn't able to send Zichun flying, it was only able to push him back. In the next moment, the blue sword disappeared. After Zichun stabilized his body, he quickly rushed to the side to get the blue jade, but he still didn't succeed. That powerful force carried obvious hostility. Zichun could clearly feel it. He turned to look at Lan Rue and said, "It seems that the things here are not willing to be taken by us." Lan Rue said, "Maybe it's because of bloodline." He took a few steps forward, bowed to the countless light spots in front of him, and then said, "Honorable spirits, you may not know, but this time, the Lan family is indebted to them. After discussion, we have decided to let each of them choose one thing from here. Please show some mercy and give me some help." Just as Lan Rue's voice fell, the countless light spots in front of them were quickly dissipating. It was as if dark clouds had covered Xing Chun, covering all the light. In the blink of an eye, the place darkened, and there were less than 30 light spots left. The rest had lost their luster, and there were about 100 of them. Compared to the previous ones, the difference was too big. Lan Rue looked at Zichun and said helplessly, "There's no other way. Everything has a spirit, and also has its own unique will. Those that have disappeared are not willing to leave with you. Among the things that are left, you can choose at will, and there's a 100% chance of success." Zichun nodded and didn't say anything. Noah, on the other hand, seemed very depressed. After all, compared to the previous items, the appearance of these items was really too bad. If their appearance was bad, how good could their character be? Good things don't necessarily suit you. Noah, carefully sense from these things and choose one that suits you. Zichun's voice sounded, and at this moment, his eyes were moving around the 100 things. After hearing Zichun's words, Noah closed his eyes. After only 3 breaths, he opened his eyes again, pointed to a piece of green jade in front of him, and said, "This is it." This piece of jade exuded a faint light, and compared to the previous ones, its quality was too much, but Noah's eyes were very firm, as if he was sure that this was it. That piece of cyan jade flew towards him and landed in his hand. Imperial Wind Technique. At this moment, Shanya on the other side also made a choice. She chose a jade slip, which seemed to have lost its spiritual power. The luster on it was very dim, and it only flickered for a few breaths. It seemed to be even worse than Noah's choice. The jade slip didn't resist and fell directly into Shanya's hand, and then a message appeared in her mind. Nothing. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. The two had already made their choice, but Zichun was still exploring, but he still didn't find anything that moved him. Suddenly, he felt a slight heat in his chest, and a force entered his body through his heart, converging towards his eyes. The next moment, his eyes lit up a little, and he saw through the darkness in front of him, and saw a lonely piece of jade floating at the edge of the darkness. That jade slip was black. Chapter 3759. That piece of black jade sat alone in a dark corner, as if it was one with the darkness. If it wasn't for Zichun's abnormality at the moment, it would be almost impossible to discover its existence. The black jade piece on his body recorded a powerful holy talisman technique. With just a stroke, it could shatter heaven and earth. What about the one in front of them? Zichun didn't hesitate and directly rushed forward. He stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the black jade piece in the darkness, saying, "I want this." Seeing the thing Zichun grabbed, Lan Hongyi and Lan Rue were slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't see such a thing before. They only saw that the jade piece in Zichun's hand didn't have the slightest bit of light. It was even worse than Shanya's, so the two didn't pay too much attention to it. At this time, the 3 of them had each chosen what they wanted. At present, everyone was very satisfied, especially Zichun. Lan Rue looked at Lan Guming and said, "Fairy can also choose one." "Me?" Lan Guming was slightly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect to be included. She was a little surprised, but then became happy. She looked back at Zichun and said, "What else do you want? I'll get it for you." Hearing Lan Guming's words, for a moment, everyone looked at Zichun. Their gazes became strange. Zichun shook his head and said, "No, I've already chosen what I like. There are many treasures here. You should also choose something that suits you." Lan Guming nodded and carefully looked around. Lan Rue, on the other hand, wanted to say something but stopped. At the same time, he glanced at Zichun. Zichun immediately understood the other party's meaning and said, "Little mute, don't be nervous. Release your perception with all your strength. I believe you will definitely be able to get something better." When interacting with Zichun and the others, Lan Guming preferred the name Little Mute. This was also the only thing she insisted on. After hearing Zichun's words, Lan Guming nodded heavily. She took a step forward and released all her perception. Light shone from her body, and the previously dark surroundings were illuminated again. At the same time, a huge pair of wings of light appeared behind her and slowly stretched out. Under the illumination of the light, Lan Guming was like a holy angel descending to the world. This was the first time Lan Hongyi saw this scene. Her bright black eyes stared unblinkingly. She was shocked. Although it was the second time Zichun and the others had seen the fairy in this state, their expressions at this moment, they were still moved. A chaotic aura appeared in front of them. In the original darkness, nearly 100 rays of light lit up. It was obvious that after sensing Lan Guming's aura, some of the spiritual beings were willing to be chosen by her. Zichun even saw the blue sword and the piece of blue jade next to it. Lan Guming also saw the sword. There was a hint of joy in her pure and holy eyes. Therefore, she immediately went forward and prepared to take the sword. Because this was something Zichun had never obtained before, she wanted to take it. However, just as her fair and jade-like hands were about to grab onto the sword hilt, a tyrannical spiritual fluctuation suddenly came from behind her. A streak of spiritual light flew over and directly collided with the blue sword, sending it flying. In the next moment, this streak of soul light flew into Lan Guming's hand. It was also a sword, but it was a narrow sword used by women. Lan Guming was stunned. This was not what she wanted. She subconsciously wanted to let go of her hand. Obviously, she still wanted that extraordinary blue sword. At this moment, the narrow sword turned into a streak of light and entered her body through her palm. It had already recognized her as its master. Lan Guming shook her hand. There was anger in her eyes. "Don't force it. Everything is fate. This item should be yours," Zichun immediately said when he saw this. He clearly understood Lan Guming's intention. The other party turned around and looked at Zichun. There was an apologetic look in her eyes. Obviously, she wanted to do something for Zichun. Zichun said, "This is your opportunity. You must not give it up. Perhaps there will be a day when we will need the help of someone as strong as you." Lan Guming nodded. Only then did she feel a little better. The light wings behind her disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lan Rue smiled and said, "All right, since the two of you have made your choice, it's time for the two of us." He and Lan Hongyi walked forward, one on the left and one on the right. In the next moment, the two of them emitted light. They had maximized their perception. The two of them were given the best response from the front. Like the dark clouds dispersing, thousands of Xing-Chen appeared, illuminating the world. If there were only 100 items for Zichun and the others to choose from, then there were more than 100 times more items for the brother and sister to choose from. At the same time, there were more items than Lan Guming. It could be seen that Lan Guming, the heavenly girl, was far inferior to the brother and sister in the eyes of the venerable spirits. There were too many items for the two of them to choose from. It seemed that they needed some time to choose. However, unexpectedly, the time taken for the two of them to choose was even shorter than Zichun's. Almost as soon as the light appeared, the brother and sister had made their choice. They chose 2 light balls, but there were different things sealed in them. The two of them did not open them on the spot. Instead, they put them away. Everyone had made their choice. With a flash of light, the 6 of them disappeared. The Imperial Wind Technique. It's a technique that's not bad. It's quite compatible with him. It should be the most valuable among the four of them. That void is just like its name. There's nothing inside. Its specific use is unknown. However, it's been here for many years without anyone asking about it. I don't think there's anything good inside. As for the black jade piece, it's been here for even longer. Every generation of pavilion guardians would carefully study it. However, they have never found anything strange about it. It seems to be just an ordinary item. However, the heavenly girl chose the absolute soul sword. It's a bit surprising. It can actually repel the blue Qilin sword. However, it's only a soul weapon suitable for the soul realm. In terms of its true value, it's not even comparable to the Imperial Wind technique. It's even further away from the blue Qilin sword. After the six of them left, a woman's voice rang out from the darkness. She carefully analyzed the items that the four of them had obtained. If that's the case, our greatest loss is the Imperial Wind technique that can be copied? An old voice rang out. That's indeed the case. Although the other three items are not replicas, according to their original quality, they no longer have the qualifications to stay here. Just from this point alone, our loss isn't that great. The woman's words paused for a moment before she continued. On the other hand, the young master and young miss both chose extremely good items. Their value is far from what the other four items can compare to. That's good too. This is our Lan family's treasury. How can we let outsiders take away the good stuff? Then do we still need to report it? Since it's not anything valuable, there's no need to report it. I believe the others will understand what it means. Asterisk 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 Zi Qin's group of six returned the way they came. This time, they met fewer people along the way. After sending them back, Lan Rui bid farewell and left. Lan Hongyi also left. She seemed to be in a hurry to refine the item she had obtained. On the way back, she had already told everyone that she had obtained a soul weapon. Now, let's all comprehend it. Not knowing when they would set off, Zichun was naturally unwilling to waste time in a situation where time was tight. He returned to his room. After closing the door, he took out the black jade piece. He tried to pour his soul power into it. Chapter 3760. Just as he was about to inject his soul power into it, Zichun suddenly stopped what he was doing. The black jade piece he obtained last time was already extraordinary. If the two were of the same material, then it was obviously extraordinary as well. Now that such an extraordinary item had fallen into his hands, what would the others think? Being in such a huge family, surrounded by tigers and wolves, Zichun had to be on his guard. Thus, he stopped comprehending the black jade piece. At the same time, he carefully released his perception to investigate the abnormal situation around him. There was nothing abnormal. Zichun fell into deep thought. There were countless good things in the Lan family's treasury, and the choices given to them this time were of course not good things, because those good things all had their own will and left on their own. In the eyes of outsiders, it was not easy for them to obtain good things under such circumstances. Moreover, those things should have been reported to the family. Since they were able to take them out, it meant that the Lan family did not care. Of course, Zichun's situation was obviously a case of picking up scraps. After hesitating for a while, Zichun decided to immediately comprehend it. On one hand, there were unknown dangers in the future, and having more powerful combat power naturally meant more benefits. On the other hand, if he was secretive, he would be suspected of being in a mess. If the two things were of the same attribute, then even if he gave it to others, they would not be able to comprehend it. Otherwise, this black jade piece would not have fallen into his hands. After thinking this through, Zichun made up his mind and directly injected a strand of soul power into it. In the next moment, the jade piece began to emit light. His consciousness returned to another space, but this time, he did not see anyone drawing talismans. He had obtained a technique. It was not an offensive technique, but a very rare healing technique. Recovery. This made Zichun very surprised, but he was even more excited because with this method, he would be able to display more of his abilities when facing an enemy. It was a pleasant surprise. Zichun stayed in the room to comprehend the recovery technique. Shanya and Noah also had their own gains, especially Shanya. She who couldn't find the path ahead this entire time, after seeing none, seemed to have understood many things. A great cultivation Tao was already opened up for her. In Lan Guming's room, she looked at the small sword dancing in front of her. Her beautiful face was filled with dissatisfaction. This was not what she wanted at all. The small sword danced in the air, leaving a trail in the air, as if it wanted to show off in front of its new master. Unfortunately, Lan Guming was too lazy to even look at it. Compared to the others, Lan Guming looked the most relaxed on the surface, but the change in her identity made her feel a lot of pressure. If it weren't for Zichun and the other two by her side, she didn't dare to imagine what life would have been like here. Thus, when she found out that she could leave, she was extremely happy and excited. Even though she knew that she would face danger after leaving this place, she did not care. The night passed without a word. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, a clamor came from outside the door. "Get the hell out of there. Reckless idiots. You should take a look at your status first. How dare you take young Master Lan Qian's belongings? Do you want to die?" The clamor interrupted Zichen's cultivation. He opened his eyes and walked out. A young man in luxurious clothes stood outside the door. Since he dared to make a ruckus here, it was obvious that his status was not low. Not far away, there were a few people standing there, pointing and gossiping. They were mostly here to watch the show. Noah had already arrived outside and stepped forward to reason with the young man. In the end, he was scolded by the young man without any trace of politeness. This caused Noah's expression to gradually become ugly. "What's going on?" Zichun walked out and said as he looked ahead. "You're their leader?" Lan Qian stared at Zichun with a cold glint in his eyes. "You can say so," Zichun said. "Take out what belongs to me." Lan Qian's body was filled with killing intent. "Otherwise, die," Zichun said calmly. "I don't know what I took from you." "The quota to enter the treasury." "Damn it. That was originally my quota, but you bastards took it away. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing Lan Qian's words, Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone was spying on them in the dark, so they took it away today? He muttered in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change at all. He said faintly, "You can ask your family about this. They were the ones who gave you the quota." "You're not admitting it?" Lan Qian's face was getting colder. "How can I admit to your ridiculous words? Why don't you go find the person in charge and ask him face to face?" Zichen said. "Why don't you go find your family head? He should know about this. Let's see if we really took your quota." "You want to see the family head?" Lan Qian said sarcastically. "You're overestimating yourselves." Zichun said, "We don't want to see anyone. If you can't find the family head to testify for you, then you can leave. I won't see you out." "Do you really want to die?" Lan Qian narrowed his eyes. Zichun looked him up and down and said, "Although I don't want to cause trouble, I can tell you right now that you don't have the right to say you want to die in front of me. If you want to say it, it should be me. Do you want to die?" Zichen's eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. That surging murderous intent was like a sharp sword, piercing into Lan Qian's eyes. His face changed greatly, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Zichun had killed countless people along the way. Lan Qian saying the words, "want to die," in front of him was simply laughable. Although they were currently staying in the Lan family and were living under someone else's roof, if this guy continued to go overboard, then he wouldn't mind teaching this unreasonable guy a lesson. "Lan Qian, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a cold voice came from the side. It was Lan Hongyi, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. "Hongyi, you came at the right time. This guy not only took my quota, but also wants to kill me," Lan Qian said agitatedly when he saw Lan Hongyi coming over. Lan Hongyi walked over. She was very clear about the situation, so she said to Lan Qian unhappily, "Don't cause trouble here. That quota was their reward for bringing back the Holy Lady. Moreover, the Holy Lady is here today. How can you cause trouble here? Don't be rude." Shanya and Lan Guming had also walked over. "Holy Lady." Chapter 3761. There were many onlookers. After hearing Lan Qian's words, the surroundings became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lan Guming's face turned pale, and she bit her lip. Lan Qian said loudly, our Lan family is so powerful that we don't need a heavenly daughter. What right does she have to take away all of our karmic luck? It's fine if she takes away our luck, but why should she take away what belongs to us? The Lan family's treasure vault was accumulated by our Lan family for generations. Why should we give it to outsiders like you? Zichen looked around and saw many pairs of ice-cold eyes staring back at him. Perhaps these were the true thoughts of the Lan clan. They were just using Lan Qin's mouth to express themselves. Lan Guming lowered her head and didn't dare to look at anyone. At this moment, she felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She looked hesitant and helpless. It was as if she had become that mute girl again, unable to make a sound. If she had a choice, she would rather be that little mute than the current Lan Guming. Zichun walked in front of Lan Guming and held her in his arms. Then, he gently patted her back and said, "Don't blame yourself and don't be sad. You are a heavenly daughter. You were born one. Your extraordinariness was predestined by the heavens. As for those irrelevant guys, don't bother. Just treat them as if they were jealous." Well, there's a saying that says that not everything in life can go according to one's wishes. As long as you walk towards the sun, the shadow will hide behind you. The more dazzling the road ahead is, the more correct it is. Raise your head and walk forward. These guys who only know how to complain are destined to become shadows that are afraid of the sun. Hearing Zichen's words, Lan Guming raised her head. The hesitation and helplessness in her eyes seemed to have dissipated a little. Zichen smiled and said, "Don't worry. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we will accompany you." Noah and Shanya came closer and nodded in promise. At this moment, the sun shone down on Zichen's body, illuminating his body. His handsome face seemed to glow with radiance at this moment. Lan Guming seemed to be affected by the atmosphere and nodded heavily. I will keep moving forward." At this moment, Lan Guming was filled with confidence for the future, perhaps because she had a friend by her side. "Let's go back and cultivate." The four of them returned to their room, closed the door, and continued to cultivate. They no longer paid attention to what was happening outside. Lan Qian was a big family, so he still cared about his reputation. Not long after, Lan Qian was taken away. An hour later, Long Rui arrived and informed Zichun that Lan Qian had been placed under house arrest. This matter involved a conflict of interest between the branches and had nothing to do with Zichun and the others. Then, Zichun said something. "This should be the Lan family's true attitude now, right?" Long Rui fell silent and did not answer this question in the end. After Long Rui left, Lan Lu arrived. This old man, who had lost an arm, had a look of shame on his face when he saw Zichun. Obviously, such a big thing had happened, but he could not help at all. Fortunately, Zichun handled this matter well and did not cause any negative emotions in the fairy's heart. "Take these things. You must be careful in the future. The road ahead is difficult. The mission of protecting the fairy will depend on you." Lan Lu said earnestly, "Young Master Long Rui is trustworthy. If it weren't for him, it would be almost impossible for the fairy to return. He protected the fairy with his identity as the future successor of the Lan family. Moreover, this time, he will be traveling with you." Zichen looked surprised. No wonder the Lan family's attitude towards the fairy was so unfriendly, but they still allowed her to return to the Lan family. Moreover, Long Rui was the future leader of the Lan family. This also surprised Zichun. He took the things that Long Rui gave him. They were all life-saving or escape items. It could be seen that he was not optimistic about the future situation of Zichun and the others. Early the next morning, Long Rui came early to inform everyone that it was time to set off. They did not even have time to eat breakfast. Obviously, he was worried that yesterday's incident would happen again. When Zichun and the others walked out of the room, they saw that Lan Hongyi was also there. He was a little surprised, but Zichun, who knew her temperament, tactfully did not ask further. However, even if he did not speak, the change in his expression caused Lan Hongyi to be dissatisfied. "What? You're a coward. Are you surprised that I'm here?" She naturally knew that Zichun would not answer, so she said to herself, "Because I'm giving you a chance to pursue me. As long as you catch up with me, you can have whatever you want in the future. Resources and wealth will be at your fingertips. Won't life be great?" Zichun did not seem to hear Lan Hongyi's words. He looked at the rising sun and said, "Which direction are we going?" Long Rui smiled and did not dare to answer Zichun's deliberate interruption. He just walked ahead alone. Sure enough, Lan Hongyi was angry behind him. "Zichun, you coward. How dare you ignore me? How dare you?" Zichun picked his ear and sighed. He said without turning his head, "I was too tired from cultivating last night. Maybe there's a problem with my hearing. It's best that you don't talk to me in the morning because I may not be able to hear and respond to you." Lan Guming and the others smiled. Their worries about the unknown future seemed to have been diluted because of this. After Lan Hongyi cast a cold gaze at him, Noah wisely wiped away his smile and immediately looked to the east with a straight face. Along the way, they met some people. Other than the servants, the other Lan family members cast unfriendly gazes at Zichun and the others. Only when their gazes fell on Long Rui and Lan Hongyi would they turn into smiling faces. The group did not leave the Lan family directly. Instead, they came to the place where Zichun and the others came from. It was said that this was a sacred place of ancestral worship. The ancestors of the Lan family all lived here. One of the female statues was very eye-catching. If one looked carefully, they would find that the statue's appearance was very similar to Lan Guming. Long Rui first bowed respectfully to the statue, then looked at Lan Guming and said, "This is the goddess statue. As long as the goddess injects her power into it, the goddess statue will guide us to find the power that belongs to the goddess." Lan Guming had long wanted to leave. Living here was too depressing. After hearing Long Rui's words, she immediately went forward and placed her palm on the goddess statue. The power that belonged to the goddess flowed out from her palm. In the next moment, the goddess statue released an intense light. Amidst the endless light, a pair of huge light wings slowly spread out from the back of the goddess statue, enveloping everyone. Chapter 3762. When the light faded, they appeared on a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. The few of them subconsciously released their soul power to sense the abnormalities around them. Everything was normal. There was no danger. But the grassland was so big. Where should they go? Instinctively, everyone turned to look at Lan Guming. Everyone was guided here by her, so there should be a direction, right? Who would have thought that when everyone looked at him, Lan Guming would shake his head? He did not know where to go either. They were at a loss. At this moment, Zichun said, "Let's find a place to walk. We should find something." Lan Hongyi said, "That's easy for you to say. What if we go the wrong way?" Zichun didn't get angry. He looked at her. "What else? Don't you have bad hearing?" Lan Hongyi sneered. Obviously, this was her main goal. This woman was still very vengeful. There was no other way. They could only find a direction. So they gave the choice to Lan Guming. Lan Guming looked around. She seemed to be thinking carefully. They waited quietly. After a while, she turned around and pointed behind her. "Why don't we go this way?" They didn't have any other choice. Naturally, they didn't have any objections. They followed Lan Guming's directions. Just as Zichun and the others were walking, Lan Qian, who had caused trouble yesterday, left his room. A carriage was waiting outside. After he got on, the carriage was pulled by a strange beast. Under the driver's control, it left the family and came to the city. The carriage stopped and Lan Qian got off. They walked 2 streets and entered a shop. Then they walked out from the back door. They passed through a small alley and finally entered a restaurant. They asked for a private room and ordered 4 dishes, 3 meat and 1 vegetable. About 15 minutes later, a person entered the private room. Lan Qian was eating. When he felt someone enter, he didn't raise his head. These dishes taste different from usual. Because today's ingredients are good, they were carefully designed and prepared in advance. The newcomer sat across from him. Lan Qian raised his head to look at him, then took out an ancient piece of jade, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it forward. Ancient objects must be carefully guarded. Whether it is in the sky or in the ground, it will not lose its effect. Lan Qian said, "You must handle this matter beautifully for me." That person took the piece of ancient jade and left without even eating. Lan Qian finished all 4 dishes before leaving the room. After paying the bill at the front desk, he didn't go back immediately. Instead, he wandered around the city leisurely. Do you really think that this young master is being unreasonable? Recalling the scene from yesterday, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a mocking smile. The existence with the ancient jade left the city and went to find a human soul named Ghost King to deal with the matter. His goal was to hand over the ancient jade to the other party. Are we still going to continue? Lan Hongyi said worriedly as she looked at the unchanging scene in front of her. At this time, the 6 of them had been walking for 2 hours, but they hadn't seen anything except grass. A small beast, a bird, and not even an ant. Seeing that no one responded, Lan Hongyi said again, "Are we going in the wrong direction? Why don't we turn back and try?" Shanya and Noah looked at Zichun habitually, waiting for him to make a decision. Zichun glanced at Lan Guming and said, "Do you sense anything unusual?" Lan Guming shook her head with an apologetic look. Zichun said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Since we haven't found anything after walking for 2 hours, let's walk for another 2 hours. However, we have to speed up this time." His figure immediately rose into the air and flew forward. After reaching the Soul Void realm, flying was already an instinct. Shanya, Noah, and Lan Guming didn't hesitate and followed Zichun. Lan Hongyi looked at this scene and said helplessly, "Will I also become stupid if I stay with such a brainless guy?" Lan Rui said with a smile, "He's not stupid. Let's go. Although this method is stupid, it's very effective." "You think so highly of him?" "It's not that I think highly of him, but those descenders. Let me ask you, in the many years that the Blue Sand region has existed, have you ever seen any descenders that are stupid?" A cold light flashed in Lan Hongyi's eyes as she said, "The descenders don't have a good reputation. In order to achieve their goals, they will do anything. Dealing with them is no different from asking a tiger for its skin." Lan Rui said indifferently, "Perhaps, but I don't think Zichun is such a person." "That's because you haven't met him yet. At a certain critical moment, you will naturally understand." Lan Rui smiled at this. The most critical moment? He had already seen it. At that time, facing the powerful him, Zichun had chosen to stay behind and stall for time, so that the 3 of them could escape. To be able to sacrifice himself to save others, he believed that even if Zichun was a bad person, he wouldn't be that bad. He believed and firmly believed. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to ask Zichun to stay behind. Thus, he followed. Lan Hongyi snorted, but could only follow. Thus, after another 2 hours of flying, the surrounding scenery was still monotonous. It was so monotonous that it gave people a feeling of visual fatigue. It was as if everyone had been walking in circles. Zichun stopped and looked into the distance. The 3 of them also stopped. Lan Hongyi caught up from behind and said with dissatisfaction, "I told you to turn back, but you didn't listen. Now, you've been running for 2 hours for nothing. You're exhausted." Zichun retracted his gaze and ignored Lan Hongyi's complaints. He turned to look at Lan Rui and said, "Brother Lan Rui, is there anything strange here?" Lan Rui raised his eyes slightly and said, "What do you mean?" "Among us, your soul attainments are the highest. Look carefully. Have we fallen into an illusion?" Zichun had fallen for Lan Rui's trick in the past, so he was very clear about his soul attainments. Lan Rui smiled bitterly and said, "I had some guesses before and tried to take a look, but I didn't find anything strange." "Do you have the strength to take a look?" Zichun asked again. "Then I'll try again." Lan Rui naturally understood what Zichun meant. A folding fan appeared in his hand, and with a snap, the folding fan opened. This was naturally not to show off. After the folding fan opened, layers of ripples surged out and extended in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, the surrounding space seemed to distort, but wherever the ripples passed, everything returned to normal. Zichun was still looking at Lan Rui, so Lan Rui shouted. The surging ripples began to retreat and enveloped the 6 of them. It was less than 10 feet in radius. The space was constantly rippling, as if someone was stirring up the water. Lan Rui's hand that was holding the folding fan trembled, and his face turned pale. His originally powerful soul power gradually weakened. Buzz. Chapter 3763. The moment the light faded, Lan Rui's body swayed and fell to the ground. Everyone's expression changed. Zichen asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine. I'm just not familiar with this soul weapon yet, so I consumed a lot of energy." Lan Rui put away his fan and shook his head. "This place is real. I didn't find any problems." Shanya and the others were obviously relieved. Lan Hongyi said to Zichun, "You're obviously suspicious. How could there be a problem here?" Lan Rui said, "No. It's also possible that the other party's attainments in the soul far exceed mine. That's why I didn't find anything." "How is that possible? If there really is such an existence, how could we still be alive? We would have been killed by others long ago." Lan Hongyi clearly didn't believe Lan Rui's words. She said directly, "We may have taken the wrong path. Now, what do we do? Do we turn back or continue forward?" Everyone looked at Zichun again. Zichun said, "We don't have any reference at the moment, so we can't say that our path is wrong. How about this? Let's continue forward and see what's in front of us. After all, we've only been walking for 4 hours." The others naturally didn't have any objections, including Lan Hongyi. She was just complaining. But if she really had to make the decision, she didn't dare to say that she would turn back immediately. So everyone continued forward. Hours passed, and in the end, Lan Hongyi couldn't even complain. She could only accept her fate and continue forward. Zichen, who had a calm expression on his face, started to feel a little anxious. "There's nothing in this damned place except for grass. At least if an enemy comes, it can prove that we're moving forward and not trapped, right?" Lan Hongyi, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't bear it anymore and said weakly. It wasn't because she had used too much energy, but because her heart was tired and her spirit had collapsed. As her voice fell, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. This was the only thing that appeared in the endless grassland. This made her eyes light up and her spirit immediately became excited. At the same time, Zichun and the others also recovered their strength. The abnormality proved that they were on the right track. The light in front of them landed, and they were all humans. They wore black clothes and conical bamboo hats, and it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but there were exactly 6 of them. Lan Hongyi said excitedly, "One each?" Zichen shook his head. "Don't act rashly. Brother Longrui, restrain them first, then attack them one by one. I need to ask some questions." Lan Rui laughed. "Don't worry. It's just 3 true soul stage and 3 empty soul stage. There's nothing to be afraid of." He walked forward. This time, he didn't even take out his fan. Layers of ripples appeared on his body. These ripples spread out and enveloped the 6 people in front of him. The 6 of them were motionless, as if they had fallen into an illusion. Lan Rui moved forward, but the 6 of them did not move at all. Noah was shocked. Was this the trick that made them walk in vain for a whole day last time? It was indeed extraordinary. Shanya and Lan Gumeng were glad that Lan Rui was on their side. If he was an enemy, it would be troublesome. Lan Hongyi was somewhat pleased. In terms of illusion technique attainments, who could compare to Lan Rui? Right at this time, Zichen's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Lan Rui, retreat quickly." In an emergency, he didn't even bother to address Lan Rui as Brother Lan Rui. The 6 people who were originally motionless suddenly exerted force and attacked Lan Rui, who was walking closer. Powerful soul power surged, and these attacks were terrifying, as if they were accumulating power, as if they had been waiting for him to approach. Such an unforeseen event caused Lan Rui's expression to change abruptly. He immediately unfolded the fan in his hand, and countless rays of light flowed out, forming a bright defense in front of him. It had to be said that his reaction was very sharp, and his defense appeared very timely. But the 6 attacks landed almost at the same time, and a powerful force exploded in an instant. Like a huge wave breaking through a dam, Lan Rui's defense was instantly obliterated. Bang! A powerful force reverberated, and Lan Rui flew out backward. The 6 people tapped their feet, their figures rushing forward rapidly, clearly wanting to completely defeat Lan Rui. Furthermore, their speed of charging forward was far faster than Lan Rui's speed of flying backward. Right at this time, a black soul chain appeared, wrapping around Lan Rui's body like a spirit snake. It was precisely Zichun who discovered that things were not going well and made a move in time. The soul chain exerted force, and Lan Rue accelerated his retreat. Zichun's figure charged forward. When he brushed past Lan Rue, the soul realm power around him erupted. On the black soul power, the power of lightning flickered from time to time. Facing the 6 people's attacks, Zichun chose to defend. A defense formed by the power of the soul realm. Several attacks landed on the light screen, causing the light screen to surge continuously, stirring up countless ripples on the surface. Withstanding several attacks, the light screen in front of Zichun started to tremble, showing signs of collapsing. Within the light screen, Zichun's expression did not change. He clenched his fists, and his soul power gathered towards the light screen. With a bang, the light barrier shattered. The 2 fists were like flood dragons, striking the bodies of the 2 soul realms. Boom! A powerful force shook, and Zichun's body slid backward, breaking countless pieces of grass. In front of him, the 2 soul realm experts were sent flying backward. The unforeseen event happened very quickly. Just as Zichun retreated, the others finally reacted. The shock that appeared on their faces because of Lan Rue's illusion technique only changed at this moment. Zichun retreated more than 100 feet away and reunited with the others. It was not that he was stronger than Lan Rue, but that Lan Rue's attack was hasty, and it was not his strongest defense. They can actually see through my illusion technique, Lan Rue said in surprise. Lan Rue said in surprise. He was just caught off guard, but it was not a big deal. Who are you people? How dare you stop us here? Lan Rue said coldly to the 6 people in front of him. They don't seem to have any intelligence. Zichun, who was at the side, said. When they were fighting earlier, although their attacks were swift and fierce, their expressions and eyes did not change much. Moreover, their realms were not high, so they should not be able to ignore Lan Rue's illusion technique. There was only one explanation. There was something wrong with their souls, or rather, they did not have souls in the first place, so they could ignore the illusion technique. Lan Rue also reacted quickly and said, "It seems that they are useless." Zichun nodded and said, "Let's end this quickly." 6 people against 6 enemies, and all of them were of the same level. After a fierce battle, Zichun's team won as expected. After killing their enemies, the bodies of the 6 conical bamboo-hatted existences began to disintegrate, and they disappeared from the world. The appearance of enemies proved that they were heading in the right direction. The 6 of them moved forward again, and this time, they did not see any enemies for a long time. About 24 hours later, they finally found the second wave of enemies. There were still 6 of them, and they were of the same realm, but their combat strength was clearly stronger than the previous 6. As expected, Zichun's side won. Next, they still moved forward, encountering the 3rd wave of enemies, and then the 4th wave of enemies. Just like that, the enemies became stronger and stronger, and it was unknown when they would reach the end. Zichun, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Chapter 3764. Hearing Zichun's words, the expressions of the 5 people immediately changed. They looked at Zichun in disbelief. "Are you sure? We're in an illusion?" Lan Hongyi was in disbelief because she was very confident in Lan Rue's illusion. If the other party's attainment in illusion could suppress Lan Rue, wouldn't he be able to easily kill them? "Zichun, this is not a joke." Lan Rue's expression also became serious. Zichun pointed to the white clouds in the sky and said, "When we first came, the clouds were in that position. Even the shape was the same. I've been observing these few times, and we're here again. Could it be a coincidence? After all, the enemies we encounter are getting stronger and stronger," Noah said. Clearly, he had doubts about Zichun's words. Zichun said with certainty, "It can't be a coincidence. If you don't believe me, we can do an experiment." "How?" "It's very simple. Leave one person here. If we're really in an illusion and go around in circles, we'll definitely come back." Their expressions changed once again. "The person who stays behind might encounter danger, so we need a strong person." Zichun looked at Lan Rue. Among the group, only he, Lan Rue, and Lan Hongyi were in the soul realm. If they really had to leave someone behind, it would be either him or Longrui. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lan Hongyi took the initiative to say, "I can't walk anymore. I'll stay here and wait for you." In the previous few battles, Lan Hongyi's combat strength wasn't weak. However, leaving a girl here alone to face unknown dangers was clearly not a good idea. This should be the best choice. Longrui didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. As a disciple of the Lan family, they should have life-saving methods. Since the two of them were willing, Zichun could only say goodbye. "Your guess better be true. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Lan Hongyi snorted. Zichun said, "If my guess is wrong, then there's almost no chance of us meeting again. So, no matter what, you must be careful." Leaving Lan Hongyi behind, the five of them immediately left. Looking at the departing figures of the five, Lan Hongyi muttered, "You must come back." As they moved forward, Zichun sensed the distance. Because he was worried that something would happen to Lan Hongyi, everyone moved forward at full speed. After 6 hours, Zichun estimated that they had walked a path that was longer than the original 12 hours. He said, "Everyone, be careful. Our enemy should be appearing soon." The so-called enemy was none other than the existence with the bamboo hat. As they met again and again, their battle prowess gradually increased. Everyone was on high alert. After another hour, they still didn't see those existences appear. According to the distance, they should have arrived a long time ago, but they still hadn't encountered any enemies. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Zichun's expression changed. If his guess was wrong, then he would never see Lan Hongyi again. If he left her alone, would she be in danger? Zichun's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and it was difficult for him to remain calm. "Hongyi's defense is unparalleled among us. There's no need to worry about her for the time being," said Longrui. Everyone was still moving forward without stopping. Another few hours passed. As time passed, Zichun's mind was filled with distracting thoughts. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Suddenly, the light began to flash, and the enemies in front of them reappeared. This time, it was no longer 6 people, but 5. 2 of them were in the Soul True realm, and 3 were in the Soul Void realm. When he saw the 5 of them, Zichun's expression turned ugly. He said in a deep voice, "It's not the distance, it's the time." The 4 of them looked at Zichun in confusion. Although the distance we walked is different from the last enemy we encountered, the time it took was the same. Zichun said, "The illusion here is also related to time." Before Zichun could explain further, the 5 existences wearing bamboo hats had already rushed forward. Try to delay the battle as much as possible. Don't expose your strongest cards. Before Zichun met his opponent, he reminded loudly. These bamboo hat men did not have souls and could not speak. They only had strong combat awareness. Zichun used his lightning soul power and fought fiercely with a soul realm expert. During this time, he deliberately suppressed some of his strength, so that he only had a small advantage. Noah and the other 2 followed Zichun's instructions and deliberately suppressed their strength. Longrui, who was fighting, asked, "Why? Are you sure?" After Zichun pushed back the enemy with a palm, he said, "Perhaps we will come here many times to verify it." This battle took a little longer because Zichun already had a guess about the current situation. Therefore, he did not have to worry about leaving Lan Hongyi behind. After the battle ended, the 5 of them continued forward. After 8 hours, they successfully saw Lan Hongyi. She was sitting on the grass in a daze. It was obvious that she did not encounter any danger. Sensing the fluctuation of soul power, she immediately turned around and saw Zichun's group 100 feet away. She immediately stood up with a smile on her face. "Looks like your eyesight is not bad." On the other hand, Zichun's expression became incomparably solemn. Noah and the others' faces were filled with astonishment. This was because they did not see Lan Hongyi at all before. They only saw her when they were 100 feet away. Longrui was also deep in thought. What's wrong? Lan Hongyi walked forward and saw Zichun's abnormal expression. She said, "Are you that unhappy to see me? Do you really want to leave me behind?" Zichun said, "Noah, go to the front." Noah nodded and rushed forward. Zichun looked at Noah and continued, "Don't be too fast and don't stop. Face me and retreat until I can't be seen." Seeing Zichun's serious expression, Lan Hongyi did not try to pester Zichen anymore. Instead, she turned around and looked at Noah. Noah retreated in front of everyone until he was 100 feet away. Then, as if he had evaporated into thin air, he disappeared into thin air. How could this be? Lan Hongyi was stunned. At this moment, she could see the grassland several miles away, but she could not see Noah. You guys continue to stay here. Zichen flew forward. After walking 100 feet, he saw Noah, but he could no longer see Lan Rue and the others. On this huge grassland, there were only 2 people. Zichen turned back and saw everyone again. At this moment, they were walking towards him. Lan Rue asked, "What did you find?" "It's like we're in a different space." Chapter 3765. Time and Space. The few of them were stunned. They didn't expect it to be so complicated. Mastering any one of the 2 methods was already very amazing. How powerful was it to be able to combine the 2 into one? How could they have survived until now when facing such an expert? Zichen was naturally aware of the doubts in everyone's hearts. He explained, "Perhaps this isn't man-made, but natural." If that was really the case, not only would they not be able to feel at ease, but they would also feel more despair in their hearts. This was because there were still enemies. If it was natural, how could they leave in a situation where there were no enemies? At this moment, everyone's hearts were at a loss. Soul light appeared on Zichen's body, and he landed on the ground. His soul power turned into flames, igniting the surrounding grass. This was soul fire. Although its attack power was negligible, it had no problem igniting the grass. On this boundless grassland, the flames began to rise, crackling, and smoke billowed, extending in all directions. Everyone's face had a strange expression. They didn't understand what Zichen meant by doing this. The flames quickly reached a radius of 100 feet, and it continued to expand into the distance. 200 feet, 300 feet. Zichen looked at Noah and said, "You go ahead and take a look." Noah walked forward, disappearing 100 feet away. However, he soon appeared again and said loudly, "It's not burning and it's intact." It seems that every space exists independently. Zichen walked forward again. This time, the others also followed. After they left, the burning flames in this world came to a momentary standstill. In the next moment, the flames disappeared and everything returned to normal. This is too magical. I clearly saw that the flames had already extended for nearly 1,000 feet. The entire world was burning, but this place is actually intact. Lan Hongyi looked at the green grassland around her, and her eyes were filled with amazement. The others were also the same. "Let's go back and take a look." Zichen turned back, but after seeing the scene in front, his face couldn't help but change. The others also cried out in alarm. The flames and ruins had disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. In the sky, the white clouds were still there. What's going on? The few of them looked at Zichen. This scene was too strange. Lan Rue said with certainty, "This is not an illusion. I am sure that this is a real place. The ground under our feet, the grass, and the white clouds are all real." Zichen said, "It is indeed real, but this is a closely connected independent space. In these spaces, time is still." "What do you mean?" They obviously didn't understand what Zichen was talking about. Zichen pointed at his feet and said, "For example, this place is boundless. This is a real space, but everything here is still. The white clouds won't change shape with the wind, and there isn't even a reflection. The grass won't grow, and it won't wither." Lan Rue said, "If it is a static space, then we should also be static, right?" The others also nodded. In a static space, no one should be able to move. Zichen said in a deep voice, "This is the strange thing about this place. It doesn't work on people like us, so we can easily walk from one space to another. This is the range of 300 meters that you saw before. But you also saw before that the burning flames can only stay in this space. They can extend to hundreds or even thousands of meters." Looking at the few people who seemed to understand, Zichen said, "Also, it is not space that is static, but time. If time was frozen at a certain moment, then it would always be at that moment. Even if it was our arrival that caused the situation here to change, once we left, the frozen time and space would combine, and everything would return to the scene before we arrived. That is, what we saw in the second scene. The flames disappeared, and so did the burning embers. Everything returned to normal. Well, to put it simply, we are trapped in this special space. Time here is still static. If we can't find a way to break out of this space or stop time, we will keep circling here until we lose our lives. However, when it comes to time and space, it is impossible for us to break out of this place and leave with our strength. Even those at the human soul realm don't have the strength to do so. Everyone did not understand what he said before, but after hearing this sentence, everyone understood, so their faces turned pale. This was clearly a dangerous place. This is the place where the goddess statue guided us. It is the land of opportunity for the goddesses. Why would it deliberately trap us? Lan Rue said in disbelief. Is there a mistake? Zichan said with a wry smile. I also hope that I am mistaken, but from the looks of it, that is indeed the case. Then where is the opportunity? Opportunity? Zichan glanced at Lan Rue. How many of you goddesses have come here and obtained the opportunity here? Lan Rue was stunned when he heard this, and then he did not say a word. Not a single one. In history, not a single goddess had successfully grown to awaken. Not a single one. Lan Guming was the only one. But this is a land of opportunity after all. How could it deliberately trap us to death? Lan Rue was still unable to accept this reality, and the others were the same. A land of opportunity had suddenly become a dangerous place, and even a graveyard for everyone. No one could accept it. Perhaps many years ago, this was just a very small test that involved space and time. However, it was not perfect. With a little effort, one could break the pattern and obtain the reward. However, countless years have passed. The person who set the trap back then might have already passed away, and the goddesses have yet to come. The pattern here automatically absorbed the soul power of heaven and earth, replenishing itself bit by bit, and finally reached the perfect state we see today. Zichun said, and it was at this time that we arrived. Swish. With that said, everyone's expression changed drastically. This time, everyone felt despair in their hearts. This was because what Zichun said was not impossible. Sorry. At this moment, a timid voice came from behind. It was Lan Guming. She had a guilty look on her face. She thought that she would be in a good mood after leaving the oppressive Lan family. Who would have thought that she would lead everyone into a dangerous place? The one who should be saying sorry is not you. Zichun looked at Lan Guming and said, let's continue forward. You can sense it carefully. Perhaps you can find some abnormalities. Lan Guming nodded. In fact, Zichun's words were just to comfort her. If she could really find any abnormalities, Lan Guming would have sensed it long ago. It seemed that this time, he had really fallen for it. They walked again. After about 8 hours, they encountered the enemy. This time, Zichun did not let Lan Guming participate in the battle. Instead, he let her sense it from the side. After the battle ended, Lan Guming shook her head in shame. Chapter 3766. Frustration spread among them. Before coming here, they had thought of all kinds of possibilities, all kinds of dangers, and even a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. But no matter what, they never thought that they would be trapped in a special space without any enemies. Chi. A ray of light soared into the sky, cutting through the sky, leaving a white trace. Noah's soul power surged, trying to break out of this place. Obviously, it was impossible, unless he had the power to break through space and time. Zichun sat on the ground and looked up at the sky in a daze. Compared to the others, he did not make unnecessary attempts. Shanya was also attacking the sky. All kinds of fierce attacks soared into the sky. Naturally, it was useless. Zichun took out the black jade slip and began to comprehend it. After seeing this scene, Lan Hongyi couldn't help but feel a little angry. You still have the mood to cultivate at this time? What else can I do? Hurry up and think of a way to leave. Cultivation is the best way. Instead of wasting soul power in this place, it's better to cultivate and strengthen yourself. The black jade slip recorded the holy talisman technique. Ziqian was still a step away from completely comprehending it. On the contrary, the recovery technique that he obtained later had already made progress and was progressing very quickly. After completely exhausting his soul power, Ziqian gestured for everyone to continue moving forward. Everyone had no other choice but to listen to Ziqian's arrangement. They walked for another 8 hours and returned to the original place. In these 8 hours, Ziqian's soul power recovered again. So he stayed at the original place and continued to comprehend the black jade slip. Perhaps influenced by Ziqian, Shanya also began to cultivate not long after, and her heart slowly calmed down. In the end, everyone began to cultivate. Although the frustration in their hearts was still there, their mood had calmed down. Time passed like this, day by day. Occasionally, someone would walk forward alone, and it would take a total of 24 hours to return to the original place. Noah, who returned after walking around, set a fire here again, so the flames extended as if the whole world was ignited. The air began to distort, and thick smoke billowed. Noah's gaze was fixated on the sea of flames in the distance. A soul weapon flew out from his body and chased after the sea of flames. If it was any other time, he would definitely ask Lan Ming to sense it again to see if there were any abnormalities. However, after trying so many times, he had long become numb to it. Right now, he was only venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Not all of them were in despair. The only thing they were thankful for was that they didn't feel hungry and didn't need to eat in this place. Furthermore, the soul energy in the world was quite dense. It was quite beneficial for cultivation. Wherever the soul weapon passed, streaks of green light would extend out from it. At this moment, it was as if a lot of fuel had been added to the already ferocious flames, causing them to surge once more. This was Noah's green power, which could be transformed into the power of the wind and increase the intensity of the fire. When he was bored, he would travel alone for a few hours and look for those who wore bamboo hats to fight. It was a good way to hone his battle instincts. Ziqian spent all day meditating on the black jade piece and almost never left this place. Time passed, and he had long lost track of time. On this day, Lan Hongyi, Shanya, and Lan Ming had just returned after walking for 24 hours. During this period of time, they had gradually gained a better understanding of this place. They had walked for 24 hours, which could be considered as finding joy in the midst of hardship. The three girls talked and laughed along the way. It was obvious that they were in a good mood with someone accompanying them. During this period of time, no one mentioned the word leave. They were all deliberately avoiding this word. Suddenly, a light trembling sound came from the sky. Lan Rue sensed the abnormality and immediately raised his head to look at the sky. He saw ripples in the sky, and at the center of the ripples, it seemed like something was about to appear. Lan Rue immediately stood up. His expression was full of vigilance. Could it be that an enemy had appeared? In the next moment, the others also sensed the abnormality, and their expressions changed. They had stayed here for so long. Could it be that something had really happened? At the same time, Ziqian also put away the black jade piece. He, who had consumed a lot of soul power, also stood up and looked at the sky. He saw that a passage had appeared in the surging ripples. The moment they saw this passage, everyone's face revealed excitement. This included Ziqian himself. Since a passage had appeared, did it mean that they could leave or enter the next level of the test? It seemed that this place was indeed worthy of being called the trial ground of the Heavenly Maiden. Even if everyone was helpless in this situation, they still chose another path for everyone. However, before everyone could rise into the air and leave this place, they saw a light figure appear in the passage. The light figure rushed out and turned into a person. When the other party appeared, he had a blank look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. However, the moment he saw Ziqian and the others, the blank look in his eyes disappeared, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, he shouted loudly, "Found the target! Come quickly!" That existence looked at Ziqian with cold killing intent in his eyes. Ziqian died. When Ziqian heard this stranger's voice, he could not help but be surprised. The other party had actually come for him. However, no matter what the other party's motive was, it was an extremely good thing for everyone. Therefore, Ziqian did not say anything and soared into the sky. The aura of the Soul True Realm erupted. Feeling this pressure, the expression of the Soul Void Realm expert could not help but change. He cried out involuntarily, You actually broke through to the Soul True Realm? As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun rushed forward, his entire body colliding with the other party. With a loud bang, the other party was directly sent flying by Zichun. Time was of the essence. Zichun did not care about killing people. He immediately flashed to the front of the ripple passage, preparing to control his soul power to stabilize this passage first. In an extremely short period of time, he had already determined that this was the only way for them to leave. Once they missed it, they would stay here forever. As for how these people came in, Zichun did not care at all. What he wanted to know was how everyone could leave. However, just as he arrived at the entrance of the passage, an even more powerful force came from the front, causing the space here to become extremely unstable. It was as if a violent torrent surged out from within, causing Zichun to retreat continuously, distancing himself from the passage. Following that, figures appeared one after another. They were all powerful existences. Other than the Soul Void Realm experts, there were also many Soul True Realm experts. After they appeared, they coldly swept their gazes forward. Killing intent surged out from their bodies, filling every inch of space. There were quite a number of people. Zichun landed and looked up at the sky. The others rushed to Zichun's side. It's a good thing and a bad thing, Zichun said in a deep voice, although I don't know where they came from. As long as we get rid of them, I believe we can return. Following that, Zichun noticed something strange. He turned his head and looked not far away. He saw Lan Guming standing there in a daze. Lan Guming seemed to have been petrified. She stood there without moving, confusion in her eyes. Be careful, Zichun cried out in alarm. His figure immediately disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside Lan Guming. He hugged her and disappeared from the spot. A huge beam of light landed where Lan Guming was standing. The ground rumbled and a huge crater appeared. Waves of air tumbled into the distance. In the sky, a holy talisman dissipated. The Soul True Realm expert controlling the holy talisman had a hint of regret in his eyes. Zichun, who had dodged to the side with Lan Guming, shouted loudly, Their target is the Holy Maiden. Don't hold back. The people who had appeared previously had recognized Zichun at a glance. However, the real killing move had landed on Lan Guming. Clearly, these people's real target was not Zichun but Lan Guming. Kill. Lan Rue did not hesitate. He immediately shouted and rushed into the sky. Ripples of light surged out from his body and enveloped the surroundings. This was his unique technique. Illusion technique. Every existence that came into contact with these ripples had a confused look in their eyes. At this moment, a sharp light appeared and swept forward. The sharp light swept past the necks of those existences. Blood splattered and heads flew high into the sky. Clearly, Lan Rue, who usually looked very gentle, was also a decisive person. However, when several people died, a sharp attack descended from the sky and headed straight for Lan Rue. This was an existence that was not affected by the illusion technique. His cultivation had already reached the Soul True Realm. He held a soul weapon tightly in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment when Lan Rue attacked, he attacked with the intention of killing in one blow. Who knew that at this moment, light would flow out in front of Lan Rue. A folding fan opened up in the air and blocked this soul weapon. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out and a powerful force shook. Lan Rue's figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Bang! Lan Rue's figure landed on the ground and another deep crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust flew up. This was the soul weapon that Lan Rue had obtained from the treasury last time. Wind, rise. The smoke and dust in the surroundings danced wildly and gathered together. It was like a tornado that swept towards the sky. It was Noah's attack. After obtaining the Imperial Wind technique, this was the first time Noah used his full strength. Borrowing the smoke and dust that filled the sky, the hurricane howled forward. And within the hurricane, sharp wind blades appeared one after another. After these wind blades landed on the bodies of those Soul True Realm experts, they immediately turned into sharp attacks. Like wind blades, they sliced towards those Soul True Realm experts. The soul power defense that formed around their bodies emitted sizzling sounds when faced with these wind blades. Very soon, it shattered. Blood splattered along with it, bringing with it a wave of miserable cries. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying blade fell from the sky, directly splitting the hurricane into two. Another Soul True Realm expert made a move. Zichun raised his head and looked at the sky. Sensing the powerful aura surging there, his expression changed.